Hello, everybody. I hope everybody's having a good day today. It's me again, Luke. We're back with more Punishing Grey Raven. I was hoping to get more done than I did last time, but my body was betraying me, and allergies were making things real awful. But I'm feeling better now, so let's get on with this show. Yeah, I was hoping to do like a whole another quarter. Hi, Wesley! Hello, how are you? Hope you're having a good day. I was hoping to do a whole another quarter of the story on Wednesday, but I was just feeling too allergy-ish, and I had to stop. But I'm feeling a lot better now, so let's see if we can get some more done today. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better today. So, I guess I'll just get started. Because hopefully, maybe I can like kind of catch up-ish. I don't know if I'll be able to, but we'll see. It would be nice if I could. But these stories tend to be pretty long, so we'll see. Gazing from afar. Just don't break your promise. Aw, thanks, Wesley. Chris is dead. Dominic's Vanguard team, a coalition of remarkable minds from every corner of a broken world, once numerous and united in their desperate bid for salvation, now numbers only 5. Hi, Ashfrost. How are you? Hope you're doing well. By dawn, the 5th replica of the key is completed. Leora sinks back into her chair, her gaze fixed on 5 steady pulses of light. Slowly, the data bleeding across the screen blurs into a haze. Finally. She mutters to herself, her voice scraping out dry and rough, like sandpaper against bare metal. Propped against the doorframe, Nemo stares into the blue glow filling the room. He pinches the bridge of his nose, exhaustion settling deep in the gesture. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. The chaos contamination is spreading faster. According to Julian's projections, the base's force field can only hold for another month at most. I know. We have to go soon. And Lucia, have we decided? Nemo stops mid-sentence, correcting himself. Somewhere along the way, a small figure has become someone they all care about, though he can't say exactly when it happened. Leora lowers her head. Her fingers trace something on the desk, absent and aimless. It's a green frog plush stitched from old fabric. Its seams crooked and uneven. Froggy! She'd worked on it in secret these past few nights. Once Lucia drifted off, she would sit beside her and sew, stitch by careful stitch, lit only by her terminal's dim glow, pricking her fingers again and again. If we leave, she'll definitely want to come with us. Leora lets the thought flicker through her mind just for an instant before she closes her eyes, pained. I'll be terrified of seeing it. So she runs after us. What awful adults we've become, Nemo. What's your plan? If you don't have one, I'll use mine. Leora turns the green frog in her hands, letting her gaze fall to its back. At the tail, the stitching ends in a knot. Not the neatest work. It's alright. I'll do it. Lucia's a good kid. She loves stories. So let's end this goodbye with a kind one. That day, for the first time in a long while, Leora steps away from her station in the lab. She helps Lucia water the dandelions in the flower bed. The plants have grown crooked and stunted, some already yellowing. Artificial light, she knows, can never truly replace the sun. Later, she sits with Lucia on the hallway bench and teaches her a few new words. Lucia picks them up quickly, but her writing is slow. Each stroke is traced with such deliberate care, as though she were carving something into stone. You're doing great, Lucia. You pick things up so quickly. Head still bowed, Lucia writes on. She completes one line, hesitates a moment, and lifts her gaze. Leora, you came out so early today. Usually, you don't come out until dark. My work. I finished sooner than I expected. Soft smile crosses Leora's face. She reaches out and smooths back the fine hairs from Lucia's brow. Your hand! What happened? Without thinking, Leora draws her right hand behind her back. Her fingertips are dotted with small needle marks. I bumped into some equipment in the lab. It's nothing, really. 2 seconds, Lucia holds Leora's gaze. Her lips tighten, and she drops her head and says nothing more. Core work area, evening. The program for keyframe adaptation is ready. We'll proceed tonight and leave at dawn. Alright. So, what did you tell Lucia? I haven't told her yet. Something knots behind Leora's eyes. She's turning it over, struggling. No one answers. The lights drone overhead, a mosquito hum threading through the quiet. Nemo rests against the corner wall, the dressing on his arm still dark with old seepage. He reads Leora's face, then lowers his eyes. We're out of time, Leora. I know. Leora opens her eyes and takes a deep breath. Just let me have one last night with her. That night, Leora closes the work area door behind her, for the last time. She slips into bed beside Lucia, as she's done every night these past days. Lucia is tucked tight inside the thermal blanket, curled into a tiny, knotted shape. Leora lays her hand on the small of her back and strokes, steady as a lullaby, over and over. For a long, long time, they simply watch each other in the silence. In the end, the adult is the one who speaks first. Lucia? Tomorrow, the others and I are going on a long trip. We've finished making the keys, but we need to send them somewhere very far away. And we have to go ourselves. Lucia looks at Leora, still and quiet. It won't take too long. Leora's voice wavers, thin and slight. She presses her teeth to her tongue, holding the quiver at bay. Once the keys are delivered, everyone's going to work together to cure this world. As though something is lodged in her throat, Leora lets out each word one at a time. So, Lucia, you wait for us here at the base. Eat well, sleep well, take good care of the dandelions. Wait for us to come back. Okay? Okay. Her answer comes fast, as though it had been ready long before it was asked. Leora wants to say more. He wants to tell her not to be afraid on her own. He wants to tell her which cabinet holds the food, that the water purifier filters need changing every 3 days, how to manually switch modes if the force field's power runs low. But she doesn't want Lucia to take this as their last goodbye. A sorrow too large for words, lodges in her throat. She's nearly voiceless now. Good night, Lucia. It's lighter than any good night she has ever spoken. Good night, Leora. Leora is the first to close her eyes. Her hand keeps rubbing Lucia's back, slow and steady, as she listens in the dark for the even cadence of sleep. But the minutes stretch on, and the girl's breathing never evens out. Lucia hasn't learned how to fake sleep yet. Running, chasing, racing across the soft grass of the backyard. The afternoon light still holds its warmth, golden orange. The wolf's coming! The wolf's coming! Run, guys! Just watch me catch all you little cupcakes. Leora throws her arms wide, laughing and calling out as she runs across the grass. Before her, a tumble of children shrieks with laughter. Not you! Laughing, Leora lunges for the boy trailing at the back. But the moment her fingertips graze that washed-out shirt, the softness in her arms dissolves into cold nothing. Huh? Leora freezes in confusion, but the game's momentum drags her forward all the same. And you! Turns, arms outstretched, toward a girl with her hair in twin braids. But the instant their skin meets, the child crumbles, her form flaking off like porcelain struck too hard. Where did you go? One, then another. Each time she reaches for a child, that child dissolves before her eyes. It was the last afternoon she ever played with the children from the orphanage. When she returned, they had all perished, flamed by the corruption of the chaos contamination. One by one, those long-buried memory fragments drift past her, bright, aching with sorrow, and then gone, sinking back into the dark. Hi, Neo. How are you? I hope you're having a good day today. She stands now at the orphanage's ruins. The small building, the one whose roof she once fought to mend, has been reduced to a single half-standing wall. The children's drawings are still there, packed to the crumbling plaster. Rain has bled the crayon into the soft watercolor blurs, but she recognizes them. In the largest one, little fingers join in a ring, hands clasped, and their center stands someone with long hair. And in their center stands someone with long hair, just a little taller than all the rest. I'm doing a lot better. Leora. She reaches for the drawing. Her fingertips graze the wall, and the paper turns to ash in an instant, filling through the brickwork like a whisper. Then she hears those voices. Leora, what's that hero called? She doesn't have a name yet. Leora, it hurts. Jackie, hang in there. Leora, help us. Amy. They multiply, these voices, pulling farther and farther away, blurring at the edges into a fractured murmur she can no longer parse. It's as if many people are speaking at once, somewhere far off, all saying the same thing. You joined a new, gayer FC, your crush managed to get on ferry, and you got a decent deal on a good, rare Tamagotchi. Ooh, all sounds good. Leora, help us. It hurts. Then the voices drift further, fading into the distance, until there's nothing left to hear. Time loses its shape. She finds herself standing in a darkness without end. Then, somewhere far ahead, a light flickers into being. It's just a small point of brightness, the kind from the story Leora once told. A lone star, burning softly in the black, asking nothing of the dark around it. It's the child who was lying beside her. Lucia is curled there in the heart of the light, fast asleep, tiny and tucked into herself. Leora watches her for a long, long time. From her pocket, she draws out the finished frog plush and lays it gently behind Lucia's hand. Her fingers drift over the crown of Lucia's head, hovering there for a long, aching moment. Then, slowly, she withdraws. I'm sorry, Lucia. She gets to her feet, slow and heavy, then she turns away and walks into the darkness. Someone has to become the hero of the story. In her daze, the drawings rise softly beneath her feet, crumbling away into luminous dust. The dust lifts, scatters, and slowly shapes itself into a path. She must leave now. Step by step she walks, each footfall crushing another drawing, each step sending fresh sparks of light drifting into the air. Ahead, only the endless dark. Behind her, the light shrinks, smaller and smaller. Her fingers find the doorknob. Leora! Leora stops in her tracks. Lucia? Lucia stands at the far end of the corridor, barefoot, the green plush clutched to her chest. Her hair is still a mess from sleep she never fell into. Don't worry. I heard some unusual noise from the force field. Just need to check on it in the work area. As Leora speaks, she turns her face slightly away, her gaze slipping from Lucia's eyes down to her shoulder. It's barely a movement, but Lucia sees it anyway. She sees the tremor in Leora's lashes, the way her fingers clench the hem of her shirt, trembling, bone white at the knuckles. Just go back to bed. It won't take long, and then I'll... It's okay, Leora. Lucia pads over softly and reaches out, resting both her hands on Leora's with the lightest touch. Leora's hands are cold. They're trembling, like a string drawn too tight, on the verge of snapping. Without another word, Lucia tightens her grip, her small hands wrapping around Leora's much larger one, as if she could lend her strength, as if she could hold her together. Lucia? I know, Leora. Lucia speaks with a quiet evenness, the kind of steady tone the adults have used around her, day after day in this space. She has learned to sound like them. You've been through a lot, Leora. The lab lights stay on every night, sometimes past midnight. I can hear you in there. When you cry by yourself, you close the door, but the light below the door still moves. Leora's mouth draws tight, flicker of tension running through her jaw. When Aunt Helga died, you stayed up all night holding her things. The day Julian died, you sat in the comms room for hours, just looking at the screen. Every time you come out of the lab and see me, you smile. But when you turn around, your face goes all tired. You carry everything by yourself, Leora. Lucia's hands tighten a little more around Leora's. Nemo, Chris, Helga, Julian too. All of you. She pauses, as if searching for the right word. You've worked so hard. Harder than anyone. Leora can't bring herself to turn. One look into those eyes, she knows, and the pretense would shatter. So, I'll be good. Just go. Lucia releases Leora's hand and steps back a pace. She straightens her spine. Stands as tall as her small body allows. Even so, she only comes up to Leora's shoulder when she's crouching. I can take care of things at home. I'll water the dandelions. I know how to change the water filter every 3 days. The food is in the third cabinet. I counted. There's enough for a long time. Chris, he taught me how to use the weapons in the storage room. I haven't used a laser gun yet, but I think I can figure it out. And if the force field goes off, turn the right knob 2 clicks to the left. Nemo showed me that too. Lucia lists each task one by one, her fingers tapping a quiet rhythm against her side, like she's reciting from a checklist. So don't worry about me. Just go do your thing. She stops short. When she speaks again, her voice carries the hint of a held-back cry. I'll take care of everything here, but... She musters all her strength and manages a warm, trembling smile. Just... come back soon, okay? The moment the words leave her mouth, her eyes flush red. But she holds it back. Her mouth draws thin, her jaw squared. She fights against it like she's struggling to keep something locked inside. I'll water the dandelions every day and wait for you. Her voice starts to shake. By the time you come back, the new ones will have bloomed. The little yellow flowers. She draws a sharp, noisy breath through her nose and drags her sleeve across her eyes in one hasty motion. I'll show them to you then. She knows what it means, going far away. Her father went. Her mother went. She's always known. But she should still say her goodbye with a smile, because that's what grown-ups do. What dependable people do. Dependable grown-ups will smile at a farewell and say travel safe, say come home soon, and swallow their tears until their back is turned. She's seen it so many times. So, you have to... A tear drops from her lashes. Her hand flies up to catch it, but the next one is already gathering, ready to spill. You have to... come back. Her words fracture as they leave her, scraping past her teeth in broken pieces. At last, Leora turns. She sees Lucia's face, child fighting to hold a smile in place, her small features working so hard to keep it from slipping. Leora had thought the stories, the false promises of "I'll be back soon," would be enough to convince a little girl. But Lucia has always known. From the beginning, she knew everything. She understands, too, that grown-ups sometimes need someone to believe their lies. Lucia? Leora opens her mouth, and her voice comes out stronger than ever before. I'm sorry, Lucia. Tears come first, big, unrestrained, streaming from Leora's eyes. Then her arms open wide. She wraps them around Lucia's small, slight body. See? I'm crying too. The grown-up is crying. So you can cry now. You don't have to hold it in anymore. Not ever again, Lucia. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. We failed. And we made a child become a grown-up because of it. Thank you for taking care of us all this time. Lucia's face pressed into Leora's chest begins to pinch and crumple, a slow collapse of all her held-together bravery. Just be a kid, Lucia. Run around, make a mess, get mad at stupid things, however you want. I don't want to see another child forced to grow up too fast. You can't even say that they're scared. The tip of Lucia's nose flushes a bright, raw red. Everything we did wasn't it all so you could just be a kid? A carefree kid? Lucia chokes hard on the grief caught in her throat, and then it breaks loose. A wail spills out of her, loud and shuddering. I don't understand any of those big papers. Except for a low threshold project thing, single protocol. I don't know what they mean, and it scares me. They're not fairy tales that I can understand, and it scares me. I was scared when the dandelion seeds weren't sprouting for days. I was scared when Nemo wouldn't talk to me at first. I was scared when Helga and Julian were gone. I was scared when Chris was going to hurt you. I was scared everyone's going to lose their minds. This world made me scared. This place made me scared. Leora, I was scared. I was really scared. Lucia bursts into loud, unguarded wailing. I tried to be brave, as you were all still here. But now everyone's leaving me. Lucia's small shoulders convulse against Leora's chest. Her crying is buried in the fabric of Leora's shoulder, the words lost, but the wetness seeping through is unmistakable. Leora cries with her, arms locked tight around that tiny body, one hand pressed to the back of Lucia's head, stroking hard, again and again, as if the rhythm might hold them both together. It goes on a long while. Maybe a goodbye only takes hold when the tears have all run dry. Leora's tears soak into Lucia's hair. She doesn't wipe them away. I'm so sorry. I promise I'll come back as soon as I can. Her voice is still trembling. When I come back, we'll look for Luna together. We'll go see the dandelions bloom. Lucia keeps her face buried, nodding against Leora's chest. Leora's hand finds the plush toy, cradled between them, and presses it softly. This one. It's my gift for you. Its name is Froggy. Froggy? Mm-hmm. From a really cute cartoon. When I come back, we'll watch it together, okay? Okay. She gives her answer begrudgingly, a childish stubbornness surfacing. It'll keep you company while I'm gone. Then you hold it to sleep. It'll be like I'm right there. At last, Lucia raises her face. Oh, Froggy! She drags Froggy to her chest and grips it hard, holding on as though it too might slip away. When the dandelions bloom, when the chaos contamination is gone. Leora extends her hand, running her thumb gently across Lucia's flushed cheeks to wipe away the final streak of tears. He'll be back home. Okay. I'll wait for you. Just don't break your promise. Leora wraps Lucia in her arms one final time. She holds her and holds her, long enough to learn it all by heart. The warmth of that small body, its weight against her. The steady pulse beneath the skin, the faint smell of dandelions caught in the fabric of her clothes. Then she lets go. She gets to her feet and turns away. The corridor stretches ahead, long and bare. Her footsteps echo on the metal floor, each one a little quieter, a little farther away. She holds back her tears, not looking back. At the corridor's end, Nemo leans against the wall. His gaze settles on her, heavy with quiet understanding. In silence, he pushes off the wall and walks with her toward the exit. The other three stand ready at the door, their gear secured, the 5 keys glowing faintly within their frames. Without a word exchanged, all 5 of them stop for a breath before the final door. Goodbye, Lucia. As one, the Vanguard team draws a deep breath and steps forward. And then the corridor holds only Lucia. Lucia stays where she is, clutching Froggy, barefoot on the cold floor. She listens as the footsteps travel from near to far, from crisp to muffled, until the low hum of the force field generator swallows them whole. Until nothing is left to hear. She looks down at Froggy in her arms, one black button eye, one gray. Both stare back at her, crooked and uneven. Lucia adjusts its arms, folding the bigger one down a little, pulling the smaller one up. There. Now they're almost the same. Then, cradling Froggy close, she makes her way slowly back to her room. When she passes by the flower bed, she stops, her gaze falling on the dandelions. A few have begun to bud. Small green balls are forming, tucked tight at the tips of their stems. Lucia crouches down and touches one lightly with her finger. Bloom soon, okay? She rises, holds Froggy closer, and steps into her room. The corridor settles back into silence. The force field generator hums on, low and steady, like the only heart still beating in the space. the flower bed, the dandelions sway gently beneath the lights, growing without a sound. To save Lucia's world, and all the worlds beyond it, the Vanguard team sets out once more. A few dandelions sway in the Institute's flower bed. They're small and crooked, their leaves tinged with a sickly yellow. But they've stayed alive in the flower bed, quietly watching it all. Ugh. Goodbyes are always so sad. Okay. Setting sail. It is Lucia who opens the door. One day after the Vanguard departed. After a long, tearful farewell with Leora, Lucia remains at the starting point, left behind with permission. She decides she will no longer be the obedient child. From now on, she will do as she pleases. She first abandons her strict 2 meals a day routine. Today, she feels like eating, so she has crackers 3 times. The unfamiliar feeling of a full stomach brings a brief contentment, but it also convinces her to eat only once tomorrow. Then, she mimics Leora and the others, standing before the complex instruments, nodding and shaking her head, pretending to review data, to flip through files and grasp what they mean. Finally, before bed, she stands before everyone's doors and says, "I've got it all figured out, you know. You'll be so surprised when you come back." Every door stays hushed, offering no reply. A child's rebellion can only stretch so far. Two days after the Vanguard departed, Lucia gets up early. She lingers for a few minutes, standing still and looking toward the direction the Vanguard team took, until she finally accepts the truth. They won't be coming back today either. She gathers Froggy into her arms and begins another day of living alone. Her first act is to water the dandelion 3 times. Then she breaks off a small morsel from her own rations, grinds it to powder, and lays it over the soil. She hesitates briefly, but in the end she commits, fishing out one of her hoarded candies, the very one Leora gave her from a red box. She dissolves the candy in water and feeds that too into the earth. Lucia, I don't know if that's good. Put something nutritious into the earth, and it becomes fertilizer. Lucia knows this well. Her mother taught her that much. When she is done, she crouches beside the flower bed with quiet satisfaction, gently stroking the green leaves. This way you'll bloom sooner. Three days after the Vanguard departed, morning comes. The alarm clock rings. Lucia sprints at full speed toward the water purification unit. She scrambles up to the top of the tank and slots in the filter cartridges the adults prepared and left nearby. With the mission complete, she races at her second fastest speed toward the little flower bed in the hallway. Patter, patter, patter. The sound of bare feet flying across the floor. Then a sudden screeching halt at the hallway corner. No! Lucia lets out that universal shriek. The one every child unleashes when something they love is torn away from them. She stumbles around the corner, racing toward the flower bed, then gives in to her skid and slides all the way to the nearest dandelions. Her hand trembles as she reaches out, aching to touch the yellowed, wilted leaves, yet terrified that even the lightest touch will be the end of them. What did I do wrong? She nearly lets a few salt-laden tears seep into the already burned soil, but she stops herself just before they fall. She has no choice but to attempt a rescue on the handful of dandelions that still cling to life. From the storage, she retrieves the smallest entrenching shovel and gently scoops them from the flower bed, one by one, transplanting them into Leora's coffee cups. Leora had many coffee cups. Before she left, she scrubbed each one spotless. There'll be nothing inside them that could finish the dandelions off. Far better than Chris's old liquor bottles. This knowledge eases Lucia's heart. That afternoon, Lucia arranges the 5 surviving dandelions and cups back under the daylight lamp. The lamplight filters through the leaves, illuminating the delicate blades until they seem almost transparent. Lucia curls herself up beside them, chin resting on her knees, and watches the yellowish-green veins in stillness. But she cannot see life flowing through those veins, and so she has no way of telling whether they will live or die. The warm, yellowing light wraps around her, pulling her toward sleep. A faint despondency and loss enfold her, giving her the strange sensation of sinking through something unreal. Her thoughts begin to drift. How far have the grown-ups of the Vanguard team traveled by now? She turns it over and over until sleep nearly claims her, but no understanding comes. It's something far beyond what the Alpha-Beta materials ever taught her. She simply cannot grasp it. Perhaps when she's older, when she's grown the way dandelions grow, then she'll understand. She sinks into a deep sleep beside the ravaged flower bed, oblivious to the low, rasping roars that drift in from beyond the door. "7 days after the Vanguard departed. Early morning. The alarm hasn't rung yet. Lucia is jolted awake by a clamor of footsteps. It takes her only 2 seconds to go from dazed to certain. These footsteps do not belong to anyone from the Vanguard team. She springs up immediately, races to the console that controls the force field, and fixes her eyes on that crucial knob. Is something wrong with the force field? Did it run out of power already? But I didn't hear any alarm. Should I turn the knob? Lucia doesn't know that turning the dial means depleting the power reserves, that with every adjustment, her own chances of survival shrink right alongside them. Still, she does it anyway. She turns the knob 2 clicks to the left. She listens as the howling outside slowly subsides. Only then does she let herself breathe. That day, at the tips of the 5 remaining dandelion stems, the first traces of yellow petals begin to show. Lucia sees blooming as the arrival of happiness. In truth, it is a countdown to the plant's end. But Lucia doesn't know that. Unaware, she drifts slowly toward death, carried along by the passing days, by the quiet wait for the dandelions to bloom. "20 days after the Vanguard departed. The Vanguard team is yet to return with news of victory, but the monsters born of the Chaos contamination have clearly evolved, and they are closing in on humanity's last sanctuary. Lucia goes back to the storage room, prying weapons off the racks with hands and feet both. She remembers the knowledge Chris passed on to her, just in case. Activate, aim at the monster, and pull the trigger. She killed an enemy for the first time. But she also realized something for the first time. The enemies knew her name. Who are you? Fear of the unknown had never fazed her. She could simply label it as something wholly bad and eliminate it. The creatures howl as they press closer to the door, but those shattered syllables assemble into words she knows by heart. Like a mother calling for her daughter. Like Luna calling for her sister. Like Leora calling for little Alpha. Like Chris calling for his wife and child. No! It can't be! Not you! But now, a fear born of the familiar has seized her heart in a crushing grip. Beneath those tender calls, she can no longer tell whether the monsters are bad or not. And so she no longer knows whether she should strike them down. No! No! More monsters are scaling their way closer. Lucia does not shoot again. Instead, she flees, scrambling up the stairs, and wrenches the stairwell's fire door closed behind her, sealing it with a desperate turn of the lock. She stuffs Froggy into her backpack and bolts toward the flower bed beneath the daylight lamp, gathering up the 5 of Leora's coffee cups, 5 dandelions on the verge of blooming, and clutching them to her chest. She keeps running, nearly crashing through every Vanguard member's door, grabbing anything that feels familiar and comforting, and packing it into her backpack. She goes to Chris's room first, the one no one has entered since the day he died. She bursts through the door, then falters, frozen in place. The familiar chaos she remembers has been erased, every surface tidied into meticulous order. A note rests on the floor, addressed to no one but her. I cleaned the place up. Making a kid deal with my mess day after day is not right. I'm sorry, Lucia. I'll pay more attention from now on. It was written before her birthday party. From Chris's room, she takes the note, along with a set of weapon components. From Julian's, a communications terminal. From Helga's medical station, a single syringe. Nemo's room is no longer locked. He slips inside, and her eyes land instantly on the thermal blanket she'd given him, laid out on the table. It is now folded with care, folded her way, and placed there with quiet intention. Atop the blanket rests a tiny transparent keychain, containing a wisp of soft orange-white fur. The fur of a cat, perhaps. Aside from this, Nemo's room holds almost nothing. He joined the Vanguard empty-handed. Now he's left the same way. Lucia shoves these useless things into her backpack in a frantic heap and bursts out again. As she runs, carrying everyone's belongings on her back, she feels as though she's only just beginning to know these adults. Adults who were so good at hiding pieces of themselves. The Vanguard team left, and Lucia's alone. That's what happened. She glances down without thinking, and suddenly notices the dandelions in the coffee cups have bloomed. A few small flowers, bright, vivid yellow. But the grown-ups still haven't come back. Those grown-ups are so bad at lying. And so, Lucia abandons the ground floor. It is no longer safe. She retreats to the second floor, carrying everyone's regrets with her. She can hear them, the monsters she no longer dares to fight, the ones she could never hope to kill, piling against the door, straining to reach the only survivor inside. She shoves every heavy thing she can move against the door, then presses her own back flat against the thick metal plate. Tears well in her eyes, but she clutches the backpack and the coffee cup dandelions to her chest and keeps them from falling. Everyone's here with me. Flowers are still blooming. We haven't lost yet. She grits her teeth and braces against the shuddering door, holding firm until the pounding stops. The monsters leave at last and retreat to prowl elsewhere. "30 days after the vanguard departed. Lucia has been driven back, step by step, floor by floor, until she is cornered at the very top of the base. She sits curled up, arms wrapped around her knees, too weak to speak. In her desperate scramble upward, she has lost every last supply she had. She can no longer remember the last time she ate anything. Numbly, she grips a nearly exhausted red marker and begins to write, slowly across the floor. I want to eat. I want water. She licks her cracked lips and tastes a faint trace of blood. The words before her, a plea for food, begin to blur. Then impossibly, they wobble upright, sprout spindly legs, and go for a little stroll around her. They wave a brief farewell and scamper off. Where are you going? Even my wishes are leaving me behind. She staggers to her feet, stumbling after the fleeing words. Beneath each unsteady, twitching step lies every wish she has written across the floor in all this time. I want to see Mom and Dad again. I want to see Luna again. I want to be Mom and Dad's child again. I want to be Luna's sister again. I want Froggy back. I want Leora back. I want Helga back. I want Julian back. I want Nemo back. I want Chris back. I want... The words begin to shift, no longer the simple wishes of a child. Something larger swells beneath them. I want success. I don't want failure anymore. I want the research to go well. I want everyone to make it back. Red writing sprawls across every wall and floor, crammed together in a dense, desperate mass. She walks the full length of her wishes, only to be stopped by a door on the top floor. The restless words slip through the crack beneath it, escaping her grasp. She leans weakly against the door, her body slowly sliding down until she sinks to the floor. But perhaps the fleeing words have drawn attention. From beyond the door comes a growing rustle, the sound of something creeping closer. Something even reaches the door handle, pressing down on it, testing. Don't open it. She presses her weight against the door and whispers reassurances to herself. It's gonna be okay. I'm not scared. I'm brave. Nothing can scare the brave little hero Alpha. She keeps watch over the dandelions in the coffee cups, her eyes fixed on the 5 fluffy white puffs. The flowers have long since bloomed and faded, withered away into these delicate, fragile seeds, so fragile that a single breath would scatter them. The grown-ups probably aren't coming back. Beyond the door, where her eyes cannot reach, the void is consuming everything. The rift of the fog has spread across the entire world. The steps in the stairwell crumble to dust, each one dissolving into the gray with a soft, rustling sigh. The shrieking of the monsters fades into the distance. Or more precisely, it is devoured by something unseen. Then the hum of the FOS laboratory instruments dies away. Even the sound of dust settling upon the floor falls silent. The world before her blurs, stretching into streaks, bleeding away like runaway ink. The world is turning into chaos, into nothingness. Even with a child's mind, she understands this. The world is collapsing. And in all the world, only one small, ordinary little girl remains. Two rhythmic tremors pulse through the door. Sound and sight have both vanished. All that remains is the raw vibration against her back. Like her mother gently knocking, rousing her from sleep. She lifts her head sharply. Only now does the truth strike her. Nothing is left in all the world but her and the door she leans against. Like a tiny boat drifting alone through the fog. On this day, in this world, little Lucia picks herself up from the floor and, with great caution, opens the door. It is Lucia who opens the door. Behind the door there is nothing, only the graveyard of civilization. Far away, a faint glimmer flickers in the distance, like a path emerging through the ruins. The trail left by the Vanguard team. She shoulders her backpack and, with the utmost gentleness, cradles the coffee cup dandelions in her arms. At first, she simply traces the tracks, feeling her way. Then, like a child learning to walk, she follows the scattered points of light. She must be deliberate with every step, carefully commanding the muscles in her legs. The involuntary spasms have been growing more frequent lately. I must... There are no gods in this world. Lucia can only demand more of herself. Just a little harder, a little further. But even the muscles that shape her voice are faltering. Soon she will barely manage a whisper. I must find the Vanguard team. Her legs give out beneath her, and she falls. The coffee cups shatter on impact. Dandelions tumble out with clumps of soil, and the white puffs scatter everywhere. No. She stares at the scattered fluff, and in them she sees the 5 remaining Vanguard members she once watched depart, now all fallen, all lost. At last, she breaks down and weeps. Don't go. Don't leave me. Not again. It feels as though the wish she clung to for so long has been shattered. Scattered to nothing, her fragile hope crushed in a single blow. She pushes herself onto her hands and knees, reaching out to gather the scattered seeds. But then a gust of wind, cruel and perfectly timed, sweeps through. They all drift away. The tiny white parachutes drift onward. Lucia scrambles to her feet, weeping, and chases after them. Just like those kindergartners she once looked down on, the ones who cried on their first day, running after the adults they couldn't bear to lose. Tears blur her vision, smearing sticky and warm across her face. She keeps chasing forward. The glowing footprints beneath her grow fainter, fewer, and as the last trace of an adult's step vanishes, she throws herself upward with the last of her strength, then crashes hard into the ground. Still, she catches nothing. The dandelion seeds have all scattered on the wind, never to come back. Beneath her palm, all she finds is something smooth and soft, a ribbon. Her hand begins to tremble violently. Fresh blood, still wet, coats her palm. She lifts the ribbon and holds it before her eyes, studying it. Striped in blue and yellow, soaked in blood. It's Leora's soft hair ribbon. It says, "I broke my promise." No, no, no. She keeps crawling forward. Soon enough, her hand finds a construct, or more precisely, the wreckage of a female construct. Then a second body, a third, a fourth. Lucia wants to gather up the remains of the Vanguard members, to hold them close, but like the scattered dandelion seeds, they can never be gathered again. The fog's corruption has devoured her tears. She can cry no more. She clutches Leora's ribbon and remains frozen in place for a long, hollow moment. Only then does she slowly lift her head and fix her gaze on Leora. I heard what you said. I read the files too. I know you, the warriors, turned into light. Became Hero Omega. Hero... Hero Kai. You went somewhere very, very far away. Wait for me to break up the tension of this sad moment by not knowing what these Greek letters are off the top of my head. I'm just gonna... Let me just look them up. Okay. That one is Sai. Okay. She murmurs to the bodies, her voice fragmented, recounting the story Leora once told her. You have to deliver the Sephiroth. And those Sephiroth, they're in your frames, right? The dead do not speak. Their silence answers her questions, offering no encouragement. She takes it as consent. I told you. Hero Alpha knows everything. She lowers her head, her resolve hardening into something final. And I also told you. Hero Alpha can keep flying, just like you, until she lights up the whole universe. She gazes out into the vast fog and spots a bridge in the near distance. At its far end, a rift is slowly sealing shut. She forces herself to move again, pushing the bodies forward, struggling to drag them onto this bridge that spans across dreams. The bridge feels familiar to her, almost comforting, yet for reasons she cannot fathom, it repels her with violent force. Please don't push me away. Lucia cannot hear the bridge's silent screaming. She pushes the bodies forward regardless. If what you said is true, that sending the Sephiroth to other worlds can save everything, that everyone will come together, stand side by side, and beat the bad guys. But you probably couldn't make it happen. I'm not doing so good either. I can't go find Luna anymore. And let me help you finish your mission. After she's pushed the last of the bodies down, she gathers the Vanguard's belongings onto her back and crawls along the bridge toward the rift, feeling herself with quiet encouragement. She will follow the dandelion fruits wherever they have drifted. The little hero Alpha. She spreads her arms wide. Is heading out too. She leaps. My turn to rise with all my might. The void feels endless. She falls and falls, the bottom never arriving. Lucia squints against the rushing dark, clutching tight to her memories and the keepsakes the adults left behind. But the fog keeps trying to strip them away. Nemo's cat fur keychain is devoured first. Then, Chris's note tears free and vanishes. Leora's hair ribbon snaps apart. Soon she will have nothing left to hold. One moment, she glimpses that crimson world. The next, debris drifting through the fog slashes her cheek and cuts into one eye. Her body is soon covered in wounds. As her skin begins to peel away, she grits her teeth and casts everything she can no longer hold into the fog. Her hair is torn out strand by strand. What little remains corrodes to ashen white. She has lost all her color. Her flesh corrodes next. When her muscles and bones can grip nothing more, she clamps the remaining keepsakes between her teeth. She can give up everything, even herself. All she wants now is to light up the stars with whatever is left of her, to carry forward the hope that every Vanguard member, one after another, gave their lives to deliver. She's about to plunge into the depths of the fog, or perhaps into an entirely new world. When a sliver of light, the cold glow of an operating table, finally reaches her eyes, the fog has already consumed everything she was. Not even her precious memories remain. She feels someone holding her, an embrace that gives her permission to cry out again. And so she does. Her lungs expand and she wails. This is the story begun by Lucia. Ooh. Lucia. Once again, she becomes her mother's child. Lucia, Chapter 3. A cry rings out, like a green sprout breaking through the soil, like a door pushed open, like someone who has journeyed from somewhere impossibly far away, at last reaching the destination. The room glows with buttery warmth as the nurse lays her beside her mother's pillow. The first soft rain of summer begins to fall outside the window. Her mother turns her head, strands of sweat-damp hair clinging to her temples, her breath still laced with the exhaustion of labor. Yet she forces her eyes wide, drinking in this tiny new life. The crumpled face, the moving hands, the delicate tuft of wet newborn hair. She reaches out, grazing the baby's cheek with her fingertip, her voice so hushed, it seems she fears waking something sacred. Lucia. She speaks the name twice, as though to anchor it in the world, as though to make a wish. Though her eyelids are so heavy she can scarcely lift them, though her voice is so frayed it barely carries, she still bows her head and brushes her lips against that tiny forehead, whispering, so gently, so very gently, as if confiding to the child in her arms, as if confiding to the world itself. I hope you live a life filled with happiness, Lucia. Outside, rain murmurs against the window. Lucia stirs in her arms, but does not open her eyes. Lucia is born into a world distant and strange, or perhaps not so strange after all. Once again, she becomes her mother's child. So did she get, reborn into a new timeline? Or something like that? Bit by bit, time slips past. The day her mother fills the last page of the first baby diary, Lucia learns to speak her name. The journal notes that her father was so jealous that day, he couldn't bring himself to eat dinner. Later, Lucia learns to run. From the edge of the bed to the door, from the door to the yard, from the yard to the little lane her father walks down when he comes home from work. She runs faster and faster, so fast she can no longer stop herself, barreling straight into his arms. Her father catches her, laughing as he lifts her into the air. Sunlight catches the police badge on his uniform, gleaming bright. Lately, Lucia seems to drift into long, wandering dreams. When she wakes, she remembers nothing. Only a strange heat remains in her palms, as though she's just let go of something she's been holding on to for a long time. She cannot recall what the dreams were about. All that lingers is a feeling she cannot name, a sense that something is yet to be finished. Three years later, her mother finally comes home from the hospital. Lucia's father lifts her to the bedside, and there she sees a tiny life, even more fragile and new than herself. Look, she's your little sister. Her father's voice is soft, brimming with undisguised joy. Little sister? Her name is Luna. That means from today, you're a big sister, Lucia. We'll play together, eat together, sleep side by side. You'll teach her how to talk, how to walk. No matter what, you have to be good to each other. Alright?
Okay, I will.
Lucia nods happily. She doesn't fully grasp the words, but the knowledge that a new playmate has arrived at home is enough to bring a smile spilling across her face. The following winter, when the first snow begins to fall, Lucia is still deep in her afternoon nap. Lucia leans on the windowsill, gazing out at a world turned white, the very shade of her own hair, and her sister's too. The snow falls heavier, deeper, until it finally blankets the trees in the yard. Hi, Yue! I hope you're doing well.
Mommy, look, snow.
Her mother is in the kitchen, her hands still wet, when Lucia tugs her by the arm and pulls her over to the window. Well, I don't think we've ever actually seen Lucia and Luna's parents. Oh, so much snow. Isn't it beautiful? Do you like it? She stoops low with a gentle smile, her own eyes sparkling with a wonder that mirrors her daughter's.
I love it. It's so pretty.
Then when Luna wakes up, they'll go outside and make a snowman together. What do you say?
Yeah.
Lucia nestles into her mother's arms, watching the snow beyond the window. The house is warm. A gentle aroma drifts from the kitchen, and Luna is still lost in her dreams. She sways softly from side to side, but she can't quite tell why such happiness fills her. All she knows is that her mother's embrace is warm, and with her baby sister here, their little home feels whole. One morning when Lucia is 5, her mother wakes to a faint rustling sound. She makes her way to Lucia's bedroom door and finds the light already on. Crayons are scattered across the floor in a loose circle, and Lucia is sprawled on her stomach, absorbed in drawing something. Lucia? It's still so early. What are you drawing, sweetheart? Her mom even has like the anime mom hairstyle. Her mother kneels down and studies the paper. Shades of gray and white crayon cover it entirely, as if the child has drawn a great expanse of fog where nothing can be seen. Gray and white wax fills the page, a thick mist made of crayon strokes. Inside the fog stand a few stick figures in a row, but some trail off halfway, their bodies overtaken by the gray, fading as though they're being swallowed up. In the very center stands the smallest figure, arms spread wide, but the space around her is empty. There's no one for her to hold. Lucia, did you have a bad dream? At last, Lucia's crayon goes still. She stares down at what she's drawn, looking just as puzzled as anyone.
I think there was a fog. A really, really big fog. And lots of people. They were walking in front of me. Walking so fast. I tried and tried to run, but I couldn't catch them.
Her mother draws Lucia onto her lap and gently rubs her back. Who were they, baby? Do you know them?
I don't know. They all went away. One, then another. All gone.
She turns her hand over and shows her mother her palm. There's nothing there. Nothing at all. Yet she stares at the empty space for a long, long moment as though waiting for something to reappear.
I was right there, but I couldn't do anything.
Her mother gathers her close. Lucia doesn't cry. She simply presses her face into her mother's pajamas, her voice coming out soft and muffled.
Mommy, if that fog ever comes, let me protect you, okay?
A tender smile crosses her mother's face. She bends to kiss the crown of her daughter's head. Of course, sweetheart. My Lucia will protect me.
And Daddy too. And Luna, everyone can stand behind me. I'll protect you all.
All right. We'll all rely on you then, Lucia. Lucia doesn't smile. She nods with grave seriousness, then folds the drawing carefully and slips it beneath her pillow. The next morning, when her father rises early for his run, he discovers Lucia quietly following behind him. She's only 5, her small legs pumping furiously. After just a few hundred meters, she's already gasping for breath. When she stumbles and scrapes her knee, tears well up in her eyes, but she refuses to let them fall. Lucia? What's all this? You want to run with me now?
I want to get strong. As strong as you, Daddy.
Oh yeah? What do you need all that strength for? Yeah, the artwork's really pretty. Lucia pauses to think, ticking off on her fingers one by one.
To protect Mommy, protect you, and protect Luna.
Also, these scenes are so cute. She counts to 3 on her fingers, then glances down at the one still curled against her palm.
And lots of other people too.
Lots of people, huh?
Yeah. One day, I'm gonna protect lots and lots of people.
Oh, she's so cute. That's the thing, it's not even a visual novel. This is an action game. The story chapters are just so long. And have, like, comparatively pretty little gameplay. And yeah, 41 chapters and counting, baby! And that's just the main story chapters. There's a ton of side story chapters too. Her father laughs, utterly charmed, and in one smooth motion, swings her up onto his shoulders. All right then. But first, I'll teach you how to protect yourself. Then you can protect everyone else. Deal? Perched on her father's shoulders, Lucia sits higher than she ever has before. From up there, she can see the lane beyond the yard stretching away, far, far into the distance.
Deal.
Lucia gives her answer, her little hands tangled in her father's hair. And then it strikes her. If only she could climb a little higher, perhaps she'd see the figures hidden behind the fog. After that, Lucia lives through many ordinary, happy days. Then one day, she straps on a school bag, steps out the front door, and begins to explore the vast, wondrous world waiting beyond. She picks her first dandelion, learns her multiplication tables by heart, discovers rock music. She cooks beside her mother for the first time. Her fingers find their first chords on a guitar. She takes Luna to her first movie. She steals her first ride on her father's motorcycle. She meets that green cartoon frog for the first time. And her mother's diary, the one dedicated to her 2 children, grows thicker, fuller, its pages brimming. Lucia is growing up, loved and happy, in the plainest, most precious way. And before she knows it, Lucia arrives at her 16th birthday. Oh, so this is in this timeline, she's gotten to have a lot more time with her family. That's nice. She always forgets this day. Forgets the number circled in red on the calendar by her mother's hand. Forgets she has grown another year older. But someone always remembers for her. The dishes she loves best, the record she's been longing for but could never bring herself to buy, the extra seconds she lingered before the katana models on display. That morning, she pushes open the door to find balloons bobbing through the living room, a cake set with 16 candles. Luna is holding up her terminal to capture the moment, her father standing to the side with a soft smile, and her mother peeking out from the kitchen, her apron still dusted with flour. Happy birthday! Their voices ring out, mismatched and joyful, with Luna's rising above the rest. Lucia stands in the doorway, frozen for a moment. Then a smile breaks across her face, too. Everyone is smiling because of Lucia, because she exists, just as they did 16 years ago, on the day she first came into this world. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, a figure in white stands before the command tower's floor-to-ceiling windows, the cold gleam of data terminals at their back, the sweep of the entire world etched before them. On the distant horizon, transport fleets glide into the port in tight formation. They come from different continents, some hulls still bearing the faded emblems of old borders, but now they touch down on the same runway, engines sighing into silence together. Tens of thousands of containers settle into place, like pieces on a vast chessboard, slotting precisely into their predetermined grids. Superconducting coils, high-density energy storage modules, precision-machined vacuum chamber components. With each shipment that arrives, engineers lift their eyes from their stations, their gazes skimming past screens for just a heartbeat, as if to confirm that something is truly, steadily taking shape. And deep in the heart of the port, the skeleton of the zero-point engine already rises toward the sky. Uh-oh. This is Dominic. The above concludes Technician Report number 0170, submitted to the world government. Given the extended time frame for this report covers, a brief overview of the background may help the council members better understand the context. It has been exactly 16 years since the Science Council's Landau probe intercepted a small anomalous signal at the L2 Lagrange point. So did something happen when Lucia jumped timelines? 16 years ago today, the Deep Space Probe Landau detected a non-natural electromagnetic pulse lasting approximately 11.3 seconds during a routine gravitational wave scan. The primary receiver array captured the anomaly. The pulse did not originate from any cataloged celestial radiation source, nor did its spectral signature match any known cosmic background noise model. In short, it was a set of information. After 16 months of decoding, Dr. Neithart extracted a complete data schema from the 11.3 second signal. The total volume of information has far exceeded the theoretical capacity of its carrier wave. This means the sender achieved information compression through methods we have yet to fully understand, As for the contents of the schema itself, with the assistance of linguists, we deciphered 3 distinct components. First, a mathematical model based on an 11-dimensional manifold topology, describing an entirely new mechanism for particle interaction. This mechanism falls outside any known extension of the standard model, yet after exhaustive verification, its internal consistency proved flawless. Building upon this foundation, the Science Council developed a comprehensive plan for artificial gravity field generation. I designated it Project Stream. Second, a set of engineering parameters for materials and energy science. It was as if someone had already completed all theoretical derivations and experimental validations, then simply handed us the conclusions and operational procedures. Interestingly, these parameters align closely with Dr. Villier's research. Inspired by this knowledge, we completed our quantum fluctuation models, making the development of zero-point energy possible. Third, and most perplexing, at the schema's end was an unclassifiable data fragment. It wasn't mathematics, it wasn't engineering parameters. It wasn't even any recognizable form of encoded language. It was just a waveform pattern, resembling biological neural pulses. Human. I don't know yet what it carries. It could be a memory, an emotion, or merely noise. For now, I can't offer any scientific explanation for it. Regardless, this marked the first time human civilization received a message from life beyond Earth. 200 years after Wayfarer 1 embarked on its journey, our world has finally received a reply. What followed is known to you all. Driven by public enthusiasm and armed conflict alike, the world's major powers finally reached a consensus. The time had come for humanity to unite and venture beyond the cradle of Earth. Following the signing of the New Earth Codex, the world government emerged alongside the human unification movement. Aerospace technology received unprecedented support, and under the Science Council's leadership, planetary terraforming projects and space colonization initiatives surged forward at full force. The oral report has entered its final summary when Dominic's brow furrows, almost imperceptibly. A familiar premonition hits, the kind that always visits just before an experiment goes wrong. The chief technician pays no mind to this minor interruption and carries on with the presentation. Gestalt, the Bifrost Orbital Accelerator, the Lunar Base, the Atlantic Eye, and the zero-point reactor scheduled for completion in 6 years. Over these past 16 years, humanity has brought many dreams into reality. A prickling urgency still refuses to fade. Almost simultaneously, voices cry out from somewhere beyond the room. Dominic looks out the window, eyes going wide. A transport craft is screaming through the sky at full speed, hurtling straight toward the warehouse packed with equipment. The world tears open with a deafening roar. A blinding fireball erupts skyward as the blast rips through the air, the searing heat wave surging outward, threatening to swallow half the port district. The highest level sirens shriek to life. Thousands of tons of industrial supplies detonate in a chain reaction, one after another, like a string of firecrackers, erupting into a sea of flames that lights up the entire coastline. Guards and firefighters surge forward, scrambling to establish a perimeter. Well. Do you see now, little Dominic? A woman of refined elegance sits draped in shadow, her legs crossed with languid poise. Her ornate mechanical fingers drum idly against the leather armrest. You keep placing your faith in humanity's better nature. But it will never, ever win against the beast of self-interest. She exhales a slow stream of smoke, her tone as casual as if she were commenting on the weather. Put that out, Cassandra. Such a killjoy. The woman shrugs then, with a touch of knowing compliance. Stubs out her cigarette in the ashtray on the table. An ashtray placed there just for her, since no one else here smokes. How do you expect to convince the world to erase its borders, melt down its planes and tanks and nukes, all to chase some star they'll never even live to reach? And for what? A drifting bauble you fished out of space? Don't be absurd. These are nations built on centuries of bloodshed. Peoples, dynasties, corporations. And let's not forget the life's work of brilliant minds like myself. Naturally gifted, of course, yet ceaselessly driven. No matter how many treaties you sign, how many rockets you launch, or how many children you parade around singing songs, humans will always be selfish creatures, terrified of getting hurt. Your darling little utopian fantasy is still 2 million light years away. A light year is a unit of distance, not time, Cassandra. You really have no sense of humor whatsoever, do you, little Dominic? She waves her hand with a theatrical flourish. Cassandra, you're a businesswoman. We operate from different positions, different fundamental perspectives. I can hardly expect you to grasp the true scope of what these initiatives will bring to Earth. I suggest we table this discussion here. No point in squandering any more time and energy on it. Oh, absolutely not. I've poured far too much money into you to do anything but accommodate me whenever I decide to drop by. She helps herself to another cigarette, lighting it with deliberate, almost taunting composure. I've seen plenty of idealists like you. They all end the same way. Crushed by the world, or they tear themselves apart first. Tell you what, little Dominic. Care to make a wager? Cassandra raises an eyebrow. I'll bet that one day you'll die for your ideals, while I will ride my bestial instincts straight into the history books and live on forever in glory. Dominic has never been one to throw dice. Faced with the investor's sharp provocation, the chief technician holds steady, silent, gaze locked on the chaos unfolding along the shoreline outside. A firefighter emerges from the wreckage, cradling a child. The little face is smeared with ash, but the child is crying, still alive. A staff member's blood, no doubt, brought all this way only to witness disaster. The silent card again. You're no fun at all. Now, you're done with your report, yes? Can we finally get to the point? What did you actually call me here for? I've had a new idea these past few days. Dominic knows that every cutting word Cassandra speaks carries truth. Humanity's bestial nature is real. Greed, fear, violence, all of it undeniably real. But beyond the wall of flames, the soldiers of different nations, the firefighters hurling themselves into the blaze, the engineers drawn from every corner of the globe, they too are just as real. Ideals and bestial instincts have never been mutually exclusive. Humanity carries both at once. The real question is, when the darkness truly falls, Which one tips the scale? And that is precisely why I need to gather more of those ideals together. Dominic's voice sinks low. The words seemingly meant more for Dominic's own ears than for hers. One or two individuals can't shoulder this burden alone. Not even the best funded laboratory in the world could manage it. But a whole generation of people can. Dominic returns to the desk and opens a file. On the title page sits a line yet to receive official approval. FOS Military Command College Construction Proposal, 3rd draft. Oh? Chief Researcher isn't enough for you anymore? Now you want to play Headmaster too? Sandra, if you discovered that some billionaire had bundled up their entire fortune, cast it into the ocean, what would you make of it? Either they've lost their minds or they're on their deathbed. The same logic applies to the drifting bottle we found. Sandra pauses mid-gesture. For the first time, a trace of genuine gravity settles into her features. So what? Do you honestly believe there's an ET waving at us from Alpha Centauri? Formal logic requests conclusions without premises. The same holds true for actions. I don't believe this was an act of charity. Whoever sent that message from beyond our corner of the universe did so out of necessity, not goodwill. If I were in their position, I would send it 1 second before the Earth exploded. I'd burn it all to ash before I let someone else get their hands on my fortune. I don't know what became of them, but I do know that one person inheriting that legacy isn't enough. I need more people to join the Voyage. People who will take this knowledge and devote themselves to the unification war, to scientific advancement, to pioneering the stars. Yeah, I guess she is kind of like Scarlet from Final Fantasy VII. I thought this is going to be something dramatic, and it's just a school. Did you really need me to come all the way down here for this? Money's not the issue. Just call my secretary later, the one I hired last week. Don't get the wrong person. Cassandra stretches with the air of a child who is wearied of a game. Her expression shifts, and without another word, she makes her way to the door. FOS will be a crucible for forging the next generation. Everyone who graduates from here must be prepared to build a new world, and also, should the worst come to pass. What would be the worst? She pauses at the door, resting her hand on the handle. Dominic doesn't answer. Perhaps there is no answer to give. It's a feeling, something deeper than reason, heavier than fear. The same way a sharp, sudden ache lanced through Dominic's brow upon first seeing the human neural waveform tucked at the tail end of the signal. As if someone, somewhere impossibly far away, had spent the last of their strength, poured out their very flesh and blood, to press something forward across the void. You don't smoke, but you keep them anyway. Cassandra lets out a light laugh, flicking a meaningful glance toward the expensive cigarettes on the table. Oh, right. And that thing from last time. What was it? The Sapphira prototype? I still don't understand it, but it looks interesting enough. Keep at it. I want to see results by the end of the year. Cassandra pulls the door shut behind her, humming something off-key, and dials her secretary. Voyage. What a pretty word. Lucia still remembers the sunlight that day. It was too bright. So bright that when she stepped out of the exam hall, she had to lift a hand and shield her eyes. Late spring, and the notice board is hemmed in by bodies. She doesn't fight her way through. She waits on the edges until the crowd thins, then steps forward to look. Comprehensive selection. Global standardized exam. Round 1 pass rates, 4.3%. Her name sits on the first page. 16 years old, she stares at her name on that first page and draws a long, slow breath. Something settles deep inside her, as though she's been preparing for this for a very long time, and now, at last, the hour has come to set out. She slides in her earphones. Her steps are a little quicker on the way home. Three months later, on June 10th, she stands at the gates of FOS Military Command College. To be precise, the gates of FOS College, which also mark the entrance to the Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City. FOS is not built within any existing city. It is a supercomplex constructed by the world government near the equator, a structure with the zero-point engine at its heart, and a mass driver track at its spine. The largest single edifice humanity has ever raised. From the ground, the platform gleams like a blade of silver-white steel thrust into the clouds. The track climbs the support tower in a single, unwavering line, its far end dissolving into the blue of the atmosphere, as though a bridge truly exists, reaching out from the earth to the heavens. The day Lucia arrives, Dawn 3 is already secured to the launch cradle of Bifrost. Following the directions on her terminal to the opening convocation site, she wanders instead the observation deck overlooking the launch complex. The area is already packed. Different faces, different skin tones, different accents, but every one of them wears the same cadet uniform. It says different skin tones, but all the NPCs have the same one. All were selected through the global standardized examination. Their ages range from 16 to 19, 420 in total. The inaugural class of FOS. Before her looms the immense silhouette of Dawn 3. Behind her, her peers buzz with nervous, excited chatter. Lucia glances down at the roster on her terminal, and studies her fellow cadets gathered around her on every side. Ugh, it's like they've crammed the entire planet into one square. Who in their right mind holds an opening convocation next to a launch site? And this whole look, the decor, these uniforms, this square, it's all so hopelessly terrible. I'd love to meet the genius who thought military chic meant zero taste. If it weren't for my sister, I'd be filing a transfer request right now. Excuse me. As a member of this academy, I don't see how tearing it down in public reflects well on you. I would ask you to take back your remarks. Oh. I know this lady. This is one of the new playable constructs that they just announced recently. Adelaide. So this lady's gonna be playable soon. Huh? And who are you exactly? Last I checked, my opinions didn't need your approval. Adelaide. Cadet designation 004. As your peer, it is my responsibility to uphold the good reputation and good order of our college. 004? Wow. 4th place and you've already appointed yourself hall monitor? Cadet designations are not by grades. Oh, so there's even less to brag about. I'm not boasting. I'm correcting the record. What you said earlier also constitutes a violation. Chapter 2, Article 7 of the FOS Code of Conduct. Defaming the Academy's image or its facilities is strictly prohibited. Oh my god, a Code of Conduct citation already? I bet you're a blast at parties. Do you even have friends? My personal relationships have no bearing on this discussion. Please stay on topic. So that's a no then. Lucia takes her place at the rear of the formation. That's where she was assigned. Not far ahead, two students are arguing, their voices loud enough to draw a small crowd. She glances over, no more than a flicker, then looks back down to double-check the roster on her terminal. Fewer people back here. That suits her just fine. She slides in her earphones, leans against the railing of the observation deck, and waits for the ceremony to begin.
Crap, 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 I'm gonna be late.
Something barrels into her shoulder from behind, knocking her earphones clean off. Her body reacts before her mind does, pivoting to soften the blow. She staggers forward half a step and spins around, catching only a blur. A glint of glasses, a loose sweep of hair, one flailing arm. It's a girl her age, pitching forward in a completely uncontrolled tumble. Lucia doesn't hesitate. Her hand moves before thought, snapping out to catch the girl's forearm with precision and pulling her back. The girl's tumble stops mid-fall, her body lurching with the leftover momentum. Her glasses slide all the way down her nose and drop. She makes a frantic grab with her free hand and misses. Then she crouches down to retrieve them, bending too fast, nearly pitching over a second time. Lucia has to catch her all over again.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was rushing and wasn't looking where I was going. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Don't walk with your head down, especially not in a crowd like this. I'm not really sure where my voice for this version of Lucia should fall, because she looks more like Alpha, but she hasn't gone through the things that made Alpha, really. I don't know. Because when I do Lucia, I try to do a bit of a higher pitch, and then when I do Alpha, I do a lower pitch. Because that's kind of how the actual voice actress differentiates them. Maybe I'll try to do somewhere in the middle, I don't know. No matter how much of a hurry you're in, you need to watch out for yourself. Lucia glances at the name tag pinned to the girl's chest. Beside a prim, scholarly photo, the name reads Joanne. Aha! Joanne was the name on the designation they found back at the beginning of the chapter. They said it was weird because it was a designation that never existed in FOS's records. But as I'm guessing, as we can see now, it did, just in a different timeline. Slow down. You'll make it.
Thank you.
Lucia watches the girl vanish into the crowd, a faint smile tugging at the corner of her lips. Absently, she reaches up to touch her right ear, and then it hits her. Her earphones are gone.
Oh, it's me.
Hey, excuse me? You dropped this. Your earphones. Alternate timeline me! To her left, a student stands holding her missing earphones. Thank you. Lucia reaches out to take it, and their eyes meet. Lucia's hand pauses, just for a split second, so brief that the other person likely never notices. A strange, inexplicable familiarity washes over her. It passes as quickly as it comes, like a gust of wind across water, the ripples dissolving before they can even form. She takes the earphones, suddenly self-conscious, and rushes to fill the silence. You're first class too? Yeah. My name is Lucia. She has no idea why she's introducing herself. This is not the sort of thing she ever does. I know. The student nods toward her chest. Lucia looks down and sees her cadet name tag, name printed clearly and facing outward. It dawns on her that her introduction was entirely unnecessary. The student doesn't laugh, but she catches the faintest twitch at the corner of the other's mouth. I was just trying to figure out where I'm supposed to stand, and then your earphones came flying at my shoulder. I'm sorry. It's okay. Good thing I caught it. Just then, the observation deck's speakers crackle to life. A voice tests the microphone, cutting through the chatter. Sounds like they're getting started. Oh, I guess, now that I'm thinking about it, this is also kind of the first time we've ever seen... This is like a version of the Commandant that existed pre-Punishing Virus. Because the player character, the Commandant, in the real timeline was born after the Punishing Virus broke out. So they have never known a world without the Punishing Virus. So this is interesting. We get to see what the Commandant would be like in a better world. Or at least a world where shit hasn't hit the fan yet. Sounds like they're getting started. Yeah. Thank you again for the earphone. The other student smiles, nods slightly, and glances down at the position number on the terminal, then pauses mid-step. Looking up, the student's gaze moves from Lucia to the formation marker on the ground below. Looks like I'm right next to you. Lucia glances down too. Their assigned spots are indeed side by side. What a coincidence. True. Just then, the speakers around them come alive, and the crowd of students gradually falls silent. Lucia glances at the person beside her. It only now occurs to her that she never asked for a name. But then she feels that she doesn't really need to. She'll know it eventually. Somehow that feels certain. Girl, have you learned nothing? We have name tags. Hello? Can everyone hear me? Cassandra's voice rips through the speakers, shrill as nails raking down a chalkboard, yet laced with an unabashed, almost gleeful excitement. At the top of the platform, a woman in a long, elegant dress climbs the temporary stage in high heels. A gust of wind pulls at her hem and her hair, laying bare the sleek mechanical framework of her right arm, which stirs a wave of hushed voices through the assembled students. What, nervous? Don't be. Standing before you today is none other than your trusty writer, talk show host, angel investor, and certified nutritionist, yours truly, Madame Cassandra in the flesh. You think any other college would roll out this kind of welcome? I think not. She pauses, clearly expecting applause, but none arrives. You kids are a tough crowd, aren't you? Alright then, let's get down to business. That big metal pillar behind you? That's Dawn 3. Height, 137 meters. Taller than every single one of you laid out flat and stacked on top of each other. And the price tag? I'm not telling. You'd lose sleep. A few stray laughs bubbled up from the crowd. Cassandra's eyes flicker with pleasure, like a comedian who has just located her audience. There we go. I was starting to worry you'd all just stand there like it's a memorial service. This is a celebration, darlings. Now, as of today, you are FOS's first class, inaugural cohort, meaning you're the first students this college has ever had. No precedent, no handbook. No upperclassmen to ask which professors are easy graders. No old exams to panic study from. And no one to tell you if the cafeteria food is edible, because the kitchen was only finished last week. The contractor blamed it on transportation difficulties near the equator. Can you imagine? But you all knew this when you applied. FOS exists for one reason: to train the talent humanity needs for the voyage. Now, where each of you ends up on that voyage, Pluto Mission Control or the security booth at my private estate, that is entirely up to you. She flicks her hair over her shoulder and throws on a smile of utter indifference. So let me be clear. The campus is built, the funding is spent, and all of you are already here. So dropping out? Not happening. No refunds on tuition. Which leaves you exactly one way to go. She gestures with her microphone toward the colossal structure rising behind her on Bifrost. Dawn 3 rests silently in its launch cradle, its engine nozzles catching the sunlight in a cold blue gleam. Upward. As if on cue, a gust sweeps through, setting the stage banner billowing in the wind. And because I'm feeling generous on your very first day, I've arranged a little something extra. She points back at Bifrost, the tips of her metal fingers flashing in the sun. You, my dears, will be the first human beings to witness Dawn 3's full thrust test firing in person. It's big, it's spectacular, it's breathtaking, and it costs an absolutely obscene amount of money. You think any other college would roll out this kind of welcome? I think not. This time a real stir ripples through the crowd. Gasp here, an eager slap on a friend's shoulder there. Joanne's face lifts among the sea of cadets, her eyes bright as beacons behind her lenses. Not far away, even Ophelia stands with her mouth wide open. Here's what comes next. Once Dawn 3 launches, it'll complete a final assembly at the International Space Station. Then, near the moon, it begins its acceleration toward Alpha Centauri at 1/10,000th the speed of light. 3 years after that, it crosses the Kuiper Belt and gradually accelerates to 1% of light speed before reaching the Oort cloud. And yes, in case you were wondering, this is all coming out of my pocket. Every last cent. It's a magnificent story, isn't it? Grand, dazzling, almost impossibly distant. But here's the part that matters. Starting today, every single one of you is the lead in that story. The responsibility is already at your feet, whether you asked for it or not. And all of humanity is counting on you to rise. Your voyage begins now, children. And that's a wrap on your trustee's speech. Scene! She retreats to the edge of the stage, leans against the railing, and fishes a lighter from her pocket. At last, she lights the cigarette she's been holding off on all this time. Ma'am, I'm sorry, but you can't smoke here. Oh, I know. She lifts her gaze alongside the students, the ember in her hand still glowing, undimmed. The launch site's broadcast system switches to the standard mission channel. A mechanical voice begins counting down overhead. Dawn 3 full thrust test sequence is now initiated. All observation points report safe distance. T-minus 120 seconds. Propellant loading complete. All valves entering standby. Thick white steam pours from the base of Bifrost's launch cradle as liquid oxygen flashes through the feed lines into vapor. The water deluge system is primed and ready. The great silver blade seems to draw a deep, shuddering breath. Lucia moves forward, an unconscious step, her eyes lifted to the sky. T-minus 60 seconds. Main control confirms engine pre-cool is complete. All systems go for automatic countdown. Silence falls over the crowd without being asked. Gathered on the deck are over 400 young students, standing closer than ever before to one of the most powerful creations in human history. Different skin, different breath, different words, yet now every face is turned upward toward a single shared direction. T-minus 30 seconds. Ignition sequence armed. Adelaide stands ramrod straight, eyes fixed and unwavering. Ophelia has for once forgotten to complain, her mouth hanging slightly open. Joanne clutches the hem of her uniform, the reflection of the launch pad shimmering in her lenses. Lucia stands at the very back of the formation, the wind brushing through her hair. Past row after row of her classmates' heads, she takes in the sight of Dawn 3. And then, for reasons she cannot quite name, her gaze drifts lower, landing on the back of someone's head in a row ahead. It's the person who picked up her earphones earlier, head tilted back in quiet, steady wonder. T-minus 10 seconds. A few voices in the crowd begin to echo the countdown, soft and tentative, as if afraid of disturbing something sacred. Then more join in, scattered and uneven at first, yet somehow weaving together into a single natural whole. 3, 2, 1, ignition! The world goes silent for a single suspended heartbeat. Then, lights. Brighter than lightning, it erupts from Dawn 3's tail. The sound comes next, a shockwave that tears through the water curtain, through the concrete, through the chest of every living soul, vibrating their bones until they sing. The entire Bifrost trembles. The water curtain flashes into a rolling white fog. Thousands of tons of thrust slam the column of fire into the flame trench, and the superheated air wraps around the orange-red plume like a river set on fire. Dawn 3 does not lift off. This is only a ground test, but the sound alone is enough to startle every bird for dozens of kilometers into panicked flight, enough to make every teenager gathered here feel it deep in their bones. Humanity has become a civilization that can reach for the stars. Lucia remains at the very back of the formation. Applause sweeps outward from somewhere ahead, rippling all the way to the edges of her vision. She doesn't clap. Her hands rest at her sides, her face unreadable. But she never looks away. The peak of Bifrost pierces the clouds, aimed straight at the heavens. A trail of gray-white exhaust still hangs in the sky, like a forgotten brushstroke left behind on a canvas of blue. A strange feeling settles over her, as though something has changed, beginning from this very moment. Standing with over 400 strangers in the hot wind of the launch site, her ears are still ringing, her heart still beating just a little faster than it should. She looks down at the name tag on her chest. The letters are small, nearly impossible to read in the glare of the sun. FOS Military Command College, First Class. A faint curve touches the corner of Lucia's mouth. She believes that the path beginning here will carry her far, far into the distance. Lucia's growth record box, filled with keepsakes from every stage of her childhood. Her first drawing, her first crayon worn down to a stub, the report card from her first exam, the first scrapbook she ever made, and more. A headset that was just placed inside, along with an admission letter from FOS College. The opening drill, like a frontrunner who has long since forgotten the sound of footsteps behind her, turning to find she is no longer alone in the wind. She can't remember the last time she felt this happy. Within the first week, the inaugural class of FOS has learned firsthand how grueling military academy life can be. 6 o'clock réveil. That looks like a French word, but I don't know what it means. Oh, it's a bugle call used to wake up military personnel. And the French comes from the word, it comes from the French word for wake up. Still don't know how to pronounce it though. Réveil? I don't know. I'm not good with French. Anyway, 5-kilometer morning runs, standardized room inspections, a schedule measured down to the second. On the very first night, someone broke down in tears. By the third day, a cadet who had talked back to an instructor was made to stand in the rain the entire day. Ugh, that's awful. I hate that. By the 7th day, bonds have begun to form among the 420 cadets, though some still keep to themselves. One morning on the training ground, the instructor announces the squad assignments for their first holographic training session. Teams of 3, determined by lot. The highest scoring cadet leads. Rules are simple. Capture the flag. First team to seize the enemy's flag or eliminate all opponents wins. A holographic round hit counts as a kill. The moment you're hit, your data's logged and you're out. Standard loadout. 1 training rifle, 3 magazines, 1 flashbang, and a frag grenade. Do not engage eliminated cadets. No unauthorized gear. Do not leave the training ground. Close combat is permitted, but any technique that could cause actual injury is strictly forbidden. Violations will be met with severe consequences. Understood? Sir, yes, sir. Red team. Cadets Adelaide, Nia, Lucia. Captain, Lucia. Blue team. Cadets Joanne, Ophelia, Luke. Captain, Luke. Lucia hears an unfamiliar name and glances over. She recognizes that face. It's the person who handed her the earphones that day on the observation deck. Luke. The person's gaze sweeps across the crowd, lands right on her, and gives a nod. What a coincidence, she thinks. That student is now explaining something to Joanne in a low voice. Joanne nods rapidly, pushing her glasses up in quick succession like a woodpecker. Off to the side, Ophelia stands with her hands on her hips, her gaze cutting across half the sight, locked onto Adelaide.
Captain? What's the plan?
How are your marksmanship scores? Perfect scores. Every assessment.
Passing.
Understood. From now on, follow my orders and stay close to me. The enemy's composition is similar to ours, which means the deciding factor will be courage and execution. She finishes checking her magazine and looks to her two teammates with a confident smile. So, I will win. The simulation training field sits on the second floor of FOS's main academic building. Once activated, the entire space transforms into a simulated urban war zone. Crumbling buildings, toppled streetlights, stacked concrete barriers, sightlines twist and turn through a maze of intersecting alleyways. Two flags, one red and one blue, stand planted at opposite ends of the site. Adelaide, second floor window. You have Overwatch on the two streets out front. Nia, with me. Left alley. Understood. Lucia's assessment is swift. Her first move is to compress the enemy's attack routes rather than rush the offensive. On the opposing side, Luke's deployment is nearly a mirror image. Joanne, hold here. Keep eyes on that main street. Call out if you spot anyone, but don't fire. Giving away our position early is worse than anything.
Got it. But what if they spot me first?
Then run. As far and as fast as you can to keep them busy.
How come I got stuck with all the running around? I wanted to outsmart them, not outrun them.
Ophelia? What? You ranked second in marksmanship, across the board, right? So? First place is Adelaide. She's on the other team. What's your point? She's probably set up on high ground somewhere. Your job isn't to trade shots with her. It's to get around her entirely. Take this route. Cut through the ruins on the east side. You'll come up behind their line. You want me to grab their flag? I'm sending you to beat Adelaide. Ophelia's eyebrow arches. The bright grin spreads across her face.
All right. I'll give you that one. Not bad.
This is like absolutely my gay person brain operating, but I feel like I'm already seeing like enemies to lovers fanfic with Adelaide and Ophelia. I guess academic rivals to lovers, to be a little more specific. In the opening minutes, both teams circle each other with caution. Only scattered shots ring out, echoing through the alleyways. Lucia moves at a relentless tempo, never lingering behind cover for more than 5 seconds. She threads through the lane, firing in short, measured bursts that choke off the opposing team's advance. Nia follows close behind, struggling to match the pace. Her breathing is already starting to fray.
Captain, on the right. I think I saw...
Get down. Lucia presses Nia down by the shoulder just as a bullet rips through the space where her head had been. Holographic bricks explode against the wall behind them. It's bait.
What?
They left that sightline open on purpose. None of cover, clear approach. They're dangling it to draw us in. Adelaide, any movement on the east side? Nothing yet. One target behind cover at the far end of Main Street. Not laying down sustained fire. Likely a spotter. Ignore the spotter. Watch our flanks and rear. Their captain's sharp. They won't hit us head on. Got it. At the alley's far end, Joanne presses herself behind cover, her palms sweating where she grips the rifle. Luke had told her to take the shot. Just put around down that way. Doesn't matter if you hit anything. Her shot only hit the air, but it was enough to stop them in their tracks. Joanne, pull back now. Take the side path next to you.
Will they come after us?
They will, but I'll be their target. Meanwhile, Lucia takes Nia wide, weaving through the ruins to flank Joanne's position. Her steps are so light they barely disturb the silence, her figure fading into the shadow play of broken walls. Then she turns a corner, finds a muzzle staring her in the face, her own rising to meet it in the same split second. Luke. Less than 10 meters lie between them, the gap broken only by the hulking shape of an overturned hollow car. Neither fires. Lucia's gaze sharpens by a hair. She runs the numbers in a heartbeat. At this range, their reflexes are a dead match. Whoever shoots first might not walk away the winner. There's time to slip the shot. Hi, Tilla! Whoa! To you too. I'm doing okay. My allergies are a lot better now. How are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. Okay. Luke holds still as well. For a handful of seconds, they stand frozen, guns leveled, nothing but a ruined car separating them. You're doing good? Nice, nice. Then, without warning, Luke does the last thing she'd expect. A sudden step back, a sideways roll, vanishing into the alley. She gives chase immediately, but the far end of the alley stands empty. It hits her all at once. Her opponent never meant to engage her here. The real target from the very start was... Nia, your position? I'm at that corner from before. Ah! Lucia spins around. A pale blue glow erupts where Nia stands, her body engulfed in swirling data fragments. It's the system's signal for elimination. On the high ground in the distance, a figure lowers her weapon. One down. Without breaking stride, she turns and pushes north through the eastern ruins, straight toward Lucia's flag. Adelaide, Ophelia is flanking you. She's heading for the flag. Already spotted her. Repositioning now. Stop her. Do not let her reach that flag. Understood. Adelaide vaults through a second-floor window. Out of the corner of her eye, past the stairwell's edge, she spots Ophelia surging toward the flag. A route chosen well, carefully avoiding every firing lane she'd established. Adelaide breaks into a sprint. Meanwhile, Lucia cuts through to the enemy's side alone. Take the blue team's flag and it's over. But that familiar silhouette still blocks her path. Gunshots ricochet through the alleys. They trade fire from cover to cover, never static. Two knives testing each other's edge, unsheathed and clashing in bright, ringing bursts. Every time Lucia attempts a breakthrough, Luke materializes on her path. Every time Luke tries to suppress her, Lucia finds a new firing angle in a heartbeat and forces a retreat. Something close to exhilaration sparks in Lucia's chest. The other person is truly matching her rhythm. On the other side, Ophelia has closed in on the red team's flag. It's planted in the center of a wide-open clearing, with zero cover and perfect visibility. Lucia had picked this position for a reason. Anyone approaching would be caught dead in the open. But Lucia is nowhere to be seen. Neither is Adelaide up on her perch. That's it? They just left it sitting here? She moves swiftly toward the flag. Her fingers are just about to close around the pole when... footsteps. Adelaide explodes out of the wreckage around the corner, fast enough that Ophelia can barely track the motion. On pure reflex, Ophelia's gun snaps up. Adelaide's muzzle rises at the same moment. Both triggers break together. 2 shots pass each other in the air. Ophelia's round skims past Adelaide's shoulder, just wide. Adelaide smashes into Ophelia's rifle stock, knocking the weapon clean out of her grip. Her weapon's gone, but the flag is right behind her, 1 step away. She spins and reaches for it. Not happening. Adelaide casts her gun away and hurls herself into Ophelia like a projectile. The 2 of them crash to the ground together, rolling in a tangle. Ophelia's fingers halt just an inch shy of the pole.
Get off! Let go of me!
Adelaide doesn't speak. She presses Ophelia down hard, body weight anchoring her in place, and her right hand finds the hollow grenade at her hip, pin pulled.
Wait, are you out of your mind?
Exercise Regulation Article 3. All units within the blast radius of a grenade are to be ruled as neutralized.
You're still quoting regulations at me right now?
The blue-white flash consumes them both. For a moment, they remain frozen in place, still tangled together on the ground, as waves of data cascade across their bodies.
You! How long are you planning to stay on top of me? Get off! Next time, I'm taking you out first. Count on it.
Adelaide brushes the dust from her skirt and lifts her gaze, her face blank and cold as a machine's. I look forward to our next encounter. Only 3 are left standing now: Lucia, Luke, and Joanne. Lucia reads the situation plainly. Luke is demanding every ounce of her focus. That leaves Joanne. She sells a false move, using the broken sightline to disengage from Luke's fire, and drives hard toward the blue team's flag. Joanne crouches low behind cover, just ahead of the flag. Their footsteps are getting closer.
Luke said, if they come close, run. But the flag is right here.
She bites down on her lip, her grip tightening around the rifle. Lucia steps into view around the corner. Joanne's shot fires on instinct, but it only manages to kick up dust half a meter from Lucia's feet. Lucia's pace doesn't waver. She leans past the second round, rifle coming up in a single hand, the barrel steady and true. Joanne's eyes press shut.
I guess I'm just not cut out for this.
Now only 2 remain on the field. The blue team's flag sits barely 10 meters behind Lucia, but she doesn't move to claim it. Because Luke is standing right in front of her.
We meet again.
Once more, the 2 raise their weapons. No ruined car between them now. No alleyways to slip into. 2 triggers break at the same instant. They evade at almost perfect symmetry, bullets whispering past the fabric of their uniforms. A second round, a third. The exchange falls into a rhythm, sparks bursting in sequence across the open ground. Lucia surges forward, clearing a concrete barricade just as Luke vaults over from the other side. The 2 nearly collide. Point blank, both fire at once. Both rifles are empty. Lucia discards her rifle to the ground and sends a high kick flying off her left leg. Luke slips the kick with a tilt to the head and fires back an elbow. Lucia parries, her hand snapping out to catch her opponent's forearm in a reverse grip. She pulls, aiming for a throw. Luke sinks low, yanking back on her wrist to redirect the momentum. The two break apart, each stepping back. The corner of Lucia's mouth twitches, impossible to tell whether it's a smile or gritted teeth. She charges again. Lucia's attacks are fierce and sharp, like a predator that never hesitates. Luke's counters are precise, economical. Each block absorbing the force a beat before it lands. Not bad. Lucia drives a kick forward. Luke catches it by the ankle, but Lucia uses the hold to launch herself upward, whipping her other leg around toward her enemy's head. Luke releases and leans back, barely slipping the strike. But as Lucia lands, she channels the momentum into a spinning sweep that takes Luke straight to the ground. But Luke doesn't try to stand. Instead, Luke rolls to the side, seizes Lucia's extended wrist, and uses her forward momentum to pull her down. Lucia's balance vanishes in an instant. Her back slams against the ground. You... She looks up at the face just inches from hers, hair plastered with sweat, breath coming in short bursts, eyes burning brighter than ever. Surrender? Lucia freezes for less than a second, then the corner of her mouth curves upward. Not a chance. Her core erupts with force. Her whole body twists like a pinned fish breaking free. She reverses the grip, her captured hand closing around Luke's wrist instead, hooks her legs in and flips them. In an instant, their positions are reversed. Now Lucia is on top. She pins Luke's shoulders to the ground, looking down, breath ragged, loose strands of hair falling across her face. What about now? Just then, Lucia's hand produces a gun stock from seemingly nowhere. And at almost the exact same moment, Luke snatches an iron rod from the debris on the ground. Let's try not to send each other to the medbay. Metal shrieks through the ruins. Lucia parries and sweeps with the gun stock, while Luke deflects and thrusts with the iron rod, sparks flying with every clash. The stock caves in, the rod bends. Both discard their broken weapons in the same instant and charge each other barehanded. Luke catches Lucia's right fist between both hands. She immediately reaches for her opponent's shoulder with her left. Luke ducks, shrugs it off, and locks an arm around her waist. The two grapple in a deadlock, neither able to force the other down. Still not getting up? You first. Both are shaking with the strain. At the edge of the spectator area, a cluster of eliminated cadets press against the railing, stretching for a better view. They're still going at it? Wow. Those two look so what? Joanne thinks for a long moment, then finds the word. Well matched? Huh? In the center of the field, Lucia kicks back, dragging Luke down with her as they slam into the ground together. They roll, once, twice, then both go still. Lucia ends up on top, a hand braced against her opponent's chest. Luke's fingers are locked around her wrist, ready to pull her down in an instant. By now, the safety protocol warning has turned red. The sound of heavy footsteps closes in. Enough! They both look up in the same motion. 3 meters away, the instructor stands with his arms crossed, his expression hard as tempered steel. His gaze doesn't meet theirs. It's fixed on the ground, on the disassembled rifle components, the shattered stock, the bent shards of metal, and the fresh, unmistakable scrapes across their elbows and faces. What is the standard loadout for holographic exercises? Training rifle, 3 magazines, 1 flashbang, 1 grenade. Anything else? Both fall silent at once, as if even their breathing has been deliberately stifled. And what are these disassembled barrels and stocks on the ground? The instructor crosses to the monitoring terminal by the field's edge and brings up the recording. His tone remains perfectly level, the kind of voice used to recite headlines. Blue Team, Ophelia. 3 instances of unauthorized provocative remarks over the comms channel during the exercise. Over in the observation area, Ophelia, freshly eliminated, freezes in place like a cat that's just been spooked. Red Team, Nia. 1 instance of unaimed fire toward a suspected non-combat zone without confirming target identity. Red Team, Adelaide. Failed to issue the mandatory 3-second warning before grenade detonation. Detonation distance below safety radius. Adelaide stands ramrod straight in the observation area, a faint twitch crossing her face. Blue Team, Joanne. Left designated cover area during engagement and entered restricted building complex C.
I was just trying to find better cover.
The instructor's eyes cut her way, and Joanne's voice shrivels on the spot. Finally, his gaze settles on the 2 figures still sprawled at the field center. Red Team, Lucia. Blue Team, Luke. Dismantled issued gear and modified it into unauthorized weapons. Continued engagement after Red Safety Protocol alert. All members assemble. The instructor pauses briefly. His voice remains utterly flat. All 6 of them are summoned to the field center, including the 4 who had already been eliminated and were spectating from the observation area. 500 push-ups, all of you. If even 1 person fails, you all start over from 0.
Oh, wait, 500?
Begin. 1. 6 pairs of hands hit the ground at the same time. By the 8th push-up, Joanne's arms are already shaking. She bites down on her lip. Her glasses slip inch by inch down the sweat on her nose. Ophelia keeps her form sharp. No one heard that. Though a fine sweat gleams across her brow, she throws a sideways glare at Adelaide, who rises and falls next to her in a steady, machine-like rhythm, expression perfectly empty.
Hey, you. Aren't you tired?
Physical training is no place for idle chatter. Conserve your energy.
I really want to deck you again.
51. Without warning, Joanne's arms give out completely. Her glasses slip sideways as she collapses face first onto the ground. Someone stopped. Start over.
What? You gotta be kidding me. I'm sorry.
Round 3. All 6 push past 150. At 183, Ophelia's arm gives way, and her knee slams into the dirt. Stop. Start over. Ophelia pounds a fist into the ground. Ash and grit are packed beneath her fingernails. No one knows what round it is now. The floor is flecked with sweat. 6 sets of breathing have merged into one ragged chorus, heaving like old bellows. Joanne's glasses rest somewhere below her. She can't see the ground clearly anymore. She only pushes through each rep by instinct, tears and sweat falling together onto her hands, impossible to separate. Ophelia has stopped speaking. Every fragment of energy is poured into keeping her form. Her face contorts with effort, sweat falling from her chin and striking the floor in small, dark circles. Adelaide endures with iron discipline, her tempo slower, but every movement whole, precise, unbroken. 450.
I can't.
Grit your teeth. Keep those arms locked. Don't give out.
You got it.
Almost done. They hold on, teeth gritted, knowing that falling would mean wiping out everything the people next to them have endured. 490. Their 6 shadows stretch long under the overhead lights, cast across the training ground floor, like 6 pillars about to give way. 499. 500. Almost at the exact same moment, Nia is the first to crumble. Joanne collapses right after. Her glasses have rolled somewhere a meter away. She doesn't reach for them. She simply lies there, head turned to the side, gulping for air like a stranded fish. Ophelia forces herself to hold for 2 more seconds, as though falling with the others is its own kind of defeat. She slumps against the ruined wall, her face tilted upward. Her chest heaves in ragged surges. Sweat pastes strands of damp hair across her cheeks and temples. She looks utterly spent. Adelaide is the last to stop moving. She transitions slowly from plank to kneeling, palms coming to rest on her thighs. Her head drops low, shoulders shuddering in tiny, involuntary tremors. In the silence that follows, she finally speaks. Her voice is frayed down to a rasp, barely carrying past her own lips. All members. 500 complete. The instructor says nothing. His gaze remains fixed on the center of the field. 4 of the 6 have gone down. The other 2 are still on the ground. Lucia's arms shake. Sweat trails from her chin in a thin, unbroken line and drips onto her hand. Slowly, she forces herself onto her knees and pauses for a moment. One leg comes up, pauses, then the other. Swaying, she drags herself upright from the ground. Under everyone's astonished gaze, she stands. Her legs feel like iron bars heated soft, knees trembling faintly. She gasps for air, raising the back of her hand to wipe the sweat from her face. Then she looks up. Beside her, Luke is rising too. This is how you know that this is not really me. Like this is like a self-insert character, but this is like so not really me, because I would have been down and out like way before this. I doubt I'd have even made it to 100. Maybe even 50 would be pushing it. The same slow sequence, to the knees, one leg braced, the other foot planted, body wavering as Luke pushes upright. Lucia takes in the figure across from her. Sweat-matted hair, a split at the corner of the lip, legs trembling, a mirror of her own wrecked condition. Luke. The name crosses her lips again, so quiet it's barely there. Next time, I'll win. She speaks suddenly. The other pauses for a moment, then answers with a smile. I'll be waiting. Lucia says nothing in return. She stands in the scattering light of the dissolving simulation, looking at the classmate at her side, someone her own age, as if seeing the person for the first time. The edge of her mouth curves upward. Like a front-runner who has long since forgotten the sound of footsteps behind her, turning to find she is no longer alone in the wind. She can't remember the last time she felt this happy. Alright, let me check the time. It's almost 1. I can probably keep going for a bit longer. I would have loved to have caught up. Because, like, I had planned to do this chapter in quarters, yeah? But because I wasn't feeling good last time, I only did part of it. And considering how long these stages are, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do the entire next quarter all tonight. But I'm not tired yet, so I'm good to keep going. All right. I might take just a quick bathroom break though. I think I'll be right back. And then once I'm back, I'll continue. Okay, be right back, everybody. What happened? Wow. Oh. It's just a lot of emote posting while I'm away. For a second I got worried someone raided while I was gone. Because if that happened like 2 streams in a row, I would have been embarrassed. Ash started it. No, he didn't. I see the receipts. I see the chat history. I know what happened. I know the truth. Don't lie to me. I see it with my own eyes. Okay, let's keep going for a bit longer. Falling sky. At that very instant, alarms blare across every corner of FOS. Oh god, things are already gonna... It's already gonna hit the fan. We're now passing through the lower garrison of the FOS College and approaching the construction site of the 0-point reactor. The reactor build has just entered its 4th year. The Science Council estimates at least another 6 before the final calibration and ignition can even begin. Some of our younger viewers might not realize this, but even without ignition, humanity's spacefaring capabilities have already outstripped everything the previous generation dreamed possible. All of it, born from the breakthroughs of the preliminary research alone. The lunar base has now been operational for a full decade. 800 permanent personnel live in the region of eternal daylight at the moon's south pole, where helium-3 collection pipelines stretch across the craters. The first energy samples are currently en route to Earth for industrial validation. In Jupiter's orbit, the Deep Space Observation Array runs autonomously, unmanned, transmitting spectral data back to Earth every 72 hours. Just last month, it captured the atmospheric spectrum of Proxima Centauri b. Further still, Dawn 2 drifts through the silence. It has already passed beyond Mars' orbit, accelerating along its pre-plotted course toward the Jupiter gravity assist point. And when the 0-point reactor is finally complete, all of this will have been merely the beginning. But even now, in this very moment, standing at the Bifrost launch site and looking up, watching that silver track fade into the atmosphere, I believe anyone would feel it, deep in their bones. We, humanity, are truly setting forth. FOS Military Command College, Aerospace City District. Equator. Dominic has envisioned the Voyage initiative as a future shaped by FOS College, an unending source of talent to fuel Earth's unification war, and a push into interstellar colonization, a beacon meant to cast the spine of humanity in steel. Its curriculum reflects that dual destiny. Unlike any ordinary military academy, FOS splits its training between 2 domains, half on the battlefield, half in the cosmos. Cadets learn to strip a rifle by morning, plot orbital mechanics by afternoon, and by night, climb into simulators to master zero-gravity operations. Aerospace City is no ordinary campus. It serves as the world government's internal military security area, garrisoned by the most elite joint forces on active rotation. FOS cadets don't simulate their environment, they live it, Training on site with cutting-edge weapons and advanced tactical doctrines. No academy in the world can match that. At the World Government Military's direction, the FOS inaugural class is soon deployed into 3 months of joint field training. A7 hatch sealed. Pre-pressurization is in progress. Copy. B7 sealed. Assigned by Gestalt, Lucia and Luke, the inaugural class's premier combat and command operatives, are dispatched to the airborne command post for their rotational field training. The post itself is a modified heavy transport aircraft, circling at 6,000 meters above FOS. It functions as the nerve center for regional air defense and a relay hub for drone swarms. Inside, the cabin is claustrophobically tight, lined with snaking cables, glowing screens, and bathed in a sickly blue-green light. The air hangs thick with the smell of metal and lubricant. Their workstations are pressed so close together that even a slight turn knocks against the other's chair. This is way tighter than The Sims. Luke speaks, and is busy calibrating the command terminal in front. Big enough for 2. Seated shoulder to shoulder before a wall of screens and a sea of switches, Lucia looks to her side. Luke is bent over a military terminal, fingers moving swiftly across the controls. It's just a drone test flight, but you did your homework, I can tell. Lucia returns her gaze to her own station. Her fingers find their rhythm instantly, gliding from left to right as she fires up the system programs in one smooth, uninterrupted motion. Look who's talking. Lucia answers with a faint shrug, offering neither agreement nor denial. Regs say we should have a commanding officer up here. Why isn't anyone coming yet? They probably figure we're just rookies, not worth the trip. Fine by me. She verifies the last group of system parameters. On the screen, the data streams settle into a smooth, steady rhythm. By the time they show up, we won't need them. We'll have it locked down. Exactly. Airborne command online. Alpha 1 to Alpha 3. Joanne, you copy?
Alpha 3, copy. System permissions granted. Coordinating ground data links now.
Inside the makeshift mobile base station, rows of outdated terminals sit in haphazard disarray. One of the overhead fluorescent lights, broken, flickers and buzzes incessantly. Real-time monitoring of 36 comm channels, 7 base station nodes, and drone status for no fewer than 200 units.
Holy, is this really a one-person job?
Joanne flips her rulebook open to the very last page. There, in handwriting so crooked and jagged it looks like something a lizard crawled across the paper, is a single handwritten note. You've got this, little genius. I know you can do it. This is my quantum comms code, completely secure, zero eavesdropping. Reach out anytime you need cash. The greatest, most beautiful, most kind-hearted Madame Cassandra. Huh.
How did she get to write on my stuff?
She inhales deeply, presses her fingers to the bridge of her nose, then sinks back into her seat before the dozen-odd screens, their displays pulsing and jumping with data.
Okay. 36 channels. Channel 1. Hey! Why am I the only one stuck on guard duty outside?
Ophelia, this is a public channel. Personal grievances do not belong here.
Ah! Mind your own business!
As the students throw themselves into their training, a black and gold stretch limousine cruises at a leisurely pace along the elevated highway skirting the perimeter of Aerospace City. I had plans for a cosmic stardome on that site, you know? Now look at it. Just a dull slab of metal. I'd have done better sticking one of my garden rockeries there, or a pretty pine tree. The car creeps along at barely 20 miles an hour. Cassandra hangs her mechanical arm out the window, its metal joints catching the sunlight and glinting as if waving hello to the entire base spread out below. Keep going that way. Yes, circle around Bifrost again. Ma'am, this is the third lap today. And? It's my money. What's wrong with taking another look? Reclining in her seat, she squints toward the training grounds below. Cadets are scattered across the field, running drills, dismantling gear, crawling on their bellies through the simulated ruins. 16, 17 at most. Every last one of them is drenched in sweat and caked in dust. Now, where was I? You were speaking about Gestalt, ma'am. And then the 0-point reactor. Ah, yes. After that, Dominic introduced me to this new project called Construct. Said the technology could turn a person into a mechanical frame capable of resisting cosmic radiation while perfectly preserving human memory and consciousness. I told Dominic I didn't care about any of that. All I wanted to know was whether the machines could keep me young forever. Dominic said they could, so I wrote a check. She lifts her mechanical arm, working the fingers one by one. The joints answer with a faint series of clicks. After I became the first Dracula, Dominic suddenly asked if I'd been interested in joining a voyage. Said there'd be companions too during that, including that legendary including that legendary madman, Professor Trout. Vonnegut. I asked if Dominic had been playing too many video games. Worked stupid on overtime? I'm allergic to cat fur. No chance I'm boarding a ship with a man who keeps an orange tabby. Then later, Dominic's precious FOS finally got built, taking in students from every corner of the world. And out of nowhere, that person contacted me again, talking about another project. Sapphira, he called it. Went all serious on me. There's no time. Your frame might be the only one that can make it happen. I can only handle what's on my end. It's a path I have to walk alone. She wriggles around in the back seat, hands waving, voice pitched into a theatrical parody of the chief technician. What's so special about my frame anyway? Dominic need me because my taste module cost more than everyone else's? Huh? Wait, what's that? Bifrost, ma'am. That's twice today you've brought it up to tease me. Understand, you funded the thing. No, I'm talking about the one in the sky. Far above Bifrost, in the highest reaches of the sky, something flares briefly and vanishes. Cassandra's arm senses it first. The metal joints spasm hard, like an invisible hand is clamped down on them. Stop the car! Ma'am? I said stop the car! No sooner does the car stop than a dozen silo hatches across FOS's military zone slam open all at once. White smoke erupts upward. 1, 2, 6. Anti-radiation interceptors blast out of their silos at speeds just shy of human sight. Tail flames cutting through the air, straight white smoke trails spearing into the sky. A second wave launches, then a third. Acrid clouds of exhaust swallow FOS whole, and shock after shock rattles through the black and gold limousine like a tremor through bone. Cassandra tracks the missiles until they pierce the clouds. The sensors in her mechanical arm are still shaking, even harder now. Turn around. Back to the control center. At that very instant, alarms blare across every corner of FOS.
Channel 33. Signal strength low. Flagged as...
Huh? A sudden lurch pitches Joanne forward. Her stylus slashes an unsteady dark line across the tablet's surface. A deep, resonant shudder creeps up through her chair, as if something immense and heavy is barreling through the depths beneath them. Their eyes drop to the water glass on her desk. The surface trembles, breaking into countless concentric ripples that pulse outward in delicate, unwavering rings. Earthquake? A thunderous crash, and suddenly the papers are cascading off her desk, the flickering overhead light now strobing in frantic bursts. Joanne clutches the desk's edge, bracing herself, and then she catches the sound. It's not rising from underground, but coming from overhead. In a flash, she remembers the simulations, the deep, violent shriek of solid rocket motors igniting, dull and brutal, like a sledgehammer pounding against the ceiling, blow after relentless blow. She bursts through the station door and runs out. There, in the direction of Bifrost, over a dozen white contrails lance straight up into the heavens. Missiles erupt from their silos in rapid succession, each tail flame a searing point of light too fierce to behold. Winds tear the white smoke into impossibly straight lines, stretching from the earth into the cloud layer, then through it, vanishing into some unreachable altitude beyond.
What's going on?
Then another sound reaches her, the high-pitched scream of turbofan engines, multiplied 1,000-fold, fused into a ceaseless, chest-rattling drone. She whirls around. At the military hangar complex on the eastern edge of FOS, Aerospace City, every bay door rises as one. An instant later, thousands of military drones pour forth, a swarm of startled iron-gray birds taking frantic wing. Heat haze shimmers from their exhausts. The formation is so dense that wings nearly clip tails, machine pressing against machine. Their wings swallow the sunlight. The shadows they cast roll across the earth like thunderclouds, and the bright afternoon collapses into a false dusk. Joanne stands before the mobile base station, assaulted by winds that tear in from every direction, her eyes squeezed to slits.
What in the world is happening?
Airborne Command Post. Altitude 6,000 meters. The cabin glows with a pale blue light. Data flows across the screens in slow, rhythmic waves. Everything looks routine. Lucia leans back in her seat, having just finished logging the Eastern Sector patrol, ready to submit the report to Joanne stationed on the ground. Simulation Sector E21 patrol clear. No anomalies. Copy. Alpha 3, stand by for drone deployment. A sudden tingling creeps into Lucia's fingertips. She glances out the window and sees clouds stretch beneath them, and at the tip of Bifrost pierces the white sea, Bifrost pierces the white sea below, silvered by the afternoon sun. Everything looks perfectly normal. But something feels off.
Hi, Cole.
How are you? Hope you're having a good day today. Luke, do you feel like... All screens go black in the same instant. For one heartbeat, the cabin is swallowed by absolute darkness. The emergency lights sputter to life, their sickly red glow barely touching their faces, leaving more shadow than illumination. The main control panel flatlines, zeros across the board, and then the numbers erupt in wild manic spasms, erupting into unreadable code, one character at a time. What is this? A viral intrusion? A violent shudder shoots through Lucia's seat, too sharp for turbulence. This is the whole aircraft seizing up, a spasm rippling through its electronic systems as if something had just been pierced through. Their hands hit the terminal almost simultaneously. Electromagnetic pulse. Sources from the orbit. The EMP is breaking through our shielding. What about ground comms? We need to know what's happening. Luke's fingers race over the frequency dial, switching from one channel to the next. 1, 2, 5. Every single one spits back only the cold hiss of static. Michael, hope you're having a good day today. Your day was good, mostly just chilled. Yeah, I mostly just chilled today too. So I had a good day too. Although I did not sleep great last night. But that's not too unusual for me, unfortunately. All channels dead? Wait, there's one backup line. The ground station. Joanne, do you copy? The metal hatch behind them is suddenly kicked open. Lucia twists around on pure reflex. A man in a flight crew uniform fills the doorway, weapon drawn and leveled. Pointed straight at Luke. Ah! Lucia's body is faster than thought. She kicks off, her chair rocketing backward as she springs forward, left leg whipping into the man's wrist. The gun spins free, bouncing off the bulkhead and sliding out of reach. She surges into him, hands clamping around his throat, and rides the momentum straight through the doorway. The man's spine crashes against the cargo shells with a dull thud. His forearm snaps upward and smashes through her hold. Before she can recover, he has her by the wrist, locking it and cranking it outward with brutal precision. It's a standard suppression technique, clean and practiced, the kind only a trained close-quarters fighter would know. Lucia's wrist is wrenched to a dangerous angle, forcing her to pivot with the pressure. The enemy presses the advantage, driving harder to put her on the ground. Thunk. A dull, heavy impact cuts through the struggle. The man's body goes rigid. His grip on Lucia slackens. Let her go! He wheels around, enraged at being blindsided, and launches a punch directly at Luke's face. Luke ducks the punch with a slight tilt of the head and, rather than retreat, steps in. The left hand snares the man's extended arm, redirecting it wide, as the right palm heel snaps upward into his jaw. The man stumbles back. Luke sweeps the leg behind his, plants a shoulder deep into his chest, and commits every pound of weight behind it. The man struggles to hold his ground, but the force drives him backward until his head slams into a shelf's metal crossbeam. His gaze goes blank for half a beat. Cut! The next instant, Lucia springs to her feet. Her kick catches him square in the back of the knee. His leg folds, and he topples forward. She and Luke move as if sharing a single breath, their coordination seamless, a maneuver they once drilled against each other in The Sims. Together, one from above and one from below, they twist his body and drive it into the ground. He hits the deck hard, eyes rolling white as he goes limp. They release him simultaneously, each retreating half a step, chests heaving. You all right? Lucia works the soreness out of her wrist and nods. I'm fine. Nice timing. The two exchange a glance, quickly scanning one another for wounds, and give a single synchronized nod. An acrid, burnt odor hangs in the cabin aisle. Under the dark red wash of the emergency lights, pools of liquid glisten across the floor. It's something other than oil. Blood. One crew member has crumpled near the turn of the aisle, chest darkened with a spreading wet stain, body already still. Further on, a second figure slumped sideways against the bulkhead, head lolling to one side, with electrical burns seared into the neck. We've been hijacked. Lucia! Luke! We read you, Joanne.
Thank goodness, finally. Listen, dozens of drones have gone rogue. They're suicide bombing FOS.
What?
They're hitting everything. Training grounds, construction sites, supply depots, even Bifrost.
Lucia looks down to the cockpit glass. Between breaks in the clouds, thick black columns of smoke are beginning to climb from the surface of FOS. Something is flashing below. Bursts of light ignite across the base, one after the next, like silent, distant blossoms. We've been hijacked. All aircraft control systems are compromised. Likely something in the forward cockpit.
What? Hijacked?
All other channels are down. Joanne, we need help from the ground.
Wait, let me think.
Silence hangs over the comms for a few long seconds. Nothing but the muffled chaos of far-off blasts, Joanne's uneven breath, and the unconscious rhythm of her fingertips drumming lightly against the desk.
The drones have been hacked. Standard override protocols require commands from the main control tower, but that's almost certainly gone by now. What can the mobile base station even do? I've got one backup link, just one, and the bandwidth isn't anywhere near enough for the data streams from over 200 drones.
Without thinking, her gaze trails across the terminal screen. A small line of text in the lower right corner, which she'd glanced at when she first entered the station, drifts back into focus. Connected to Gestalt distributed node. Trainee clearance. Restricted mode active.
Like this! Gestalt!
She yells out, startling herself with how loud it comes.
I might be able to request Gestalt computing power. Use the space station to reverse override FOS's entire command system.
How are you going to get approval at a time like this?
I have Miss Cassandra's quantum comms code. That's not the point right now. Look, the override takes time, okay? And we only get one shot at this. When it's done, you two have to retake the airborne command post. If the enemy figures out another way in before then, it's game over. I have no idea if this will even work. I'll link up with whatever drones are still operational through the base station, and buy as much time as I can to protect Bifrost.
Understood. So our job is to retake the command post. Seems we aren't the only ones with that idea. Lucia fixes her gaze on the darkness stretching ahead through the cabin. Footsteps sound from inside it. Out of the red-lit gloom, ominous figures begin to take shape. 6, 8, fully armed with tactical vests, goggles, and modified rifles. No world government markings. Serial numbers scraped clean off, metal buffed to a dull shine. The one at the front stops 10 meters out and lifts a clenched fist. Behind him, every figure freezes in perfect unison. There you are. 2 little fish slipped the net. Have to thank you for that unification of yours. Every weapon tied to a single system made things easier than I ever expected. Pointing a weapon at your own. Are you still calling yourself a soldier? Lucia drops into a crouch, her hand finding the pistol she'd kicked aside moments before. My own? Ha! The country I spent my life fighting for is gone. Just because you signed some treaty on a nice sunny afternoon. That doesn't excuse what you did to Aerospace City. You know the difference. I don't give two shits which star you end up reaching. Ain't my business. Someone paid for my revenge, so here I am. Simple as that. And you're lucky, by the way. This bird's locked down tight. You know what that means? He cocks an eyebrow toward the clouds beyond the window. You've got front row seats for the most spectacular fireworks show in history. We will stop you right here. We? You mean you two? A couple of kids in school uniforms? The man claps his hands, and laughter erupts throughout the cabin. Wait, what's Pog right now, Cole? This seems very bad. Just then, a muzzle flash ignites the dim. A bullet rips through his hand, blowing apart flesh and bone. Blood splatters across the deck. You... We're FOS students. Kill them! Come on then, all of you. We're dragging you to court-martial alive. Oh, the fireworks show? Cole. You realize that's bad, right? You realize they mean like bombing the whole place, right? It's not gonna be a fun, pretty fireworks show. Welcome back, Toa. The college is being attacked by armed forces. When I expected when shit hit the fan, it would be because of the punishing virus breaking out in this timeline. But apparently no. You're baking honey popo? What's that? Oh, that looks good. Samoan coconut rolls? Oh, yeah, I do want some. Oh, that sounds really good. That sounds really good. Now I'm hungry. Above them, the emergency lights stutter between brightness and dark. They stand pressed nearly shoulder to shoulder, both facing forward. God, now dangerous things are happening in the story, and I'm just thinking about coconut bread. We'll have to fight our way through. No, it's fine, Toa. It's I just want coconut bread now. It sounds so good. And the pictures that I saw when I searched it looked so good. I wish I had a croissant. I know that's not the same thing, but it would taste nice. Her voice is barely above a whisper, meant only for the person at her side. I trust you. Huh. The corner of her mouth twitches. Not quite a smile, but something sharper. Move. Meanwhile... Oh, that's bad. Down on the ground, FOS is burning. The drone swarm has gone rogue. No longer the iron shield guarding Bifrost. They have turned. Now they are steel rain, pouring down from the heavens. Yeah, our ship is on the verge of exploding and we have to figure it out on an empty stomach when all he can think about is sweet coconut rolls. This is, dare I say, homophobic. During Pride Month, no less. Like, how dare they? Munitions slam into the target after target with surgical brutality. Craters carve through the training grounds. Half the supply warehouse roof buckles inward. Flames and smoke climbing skyward in a churning black pillar. No, Toa, it's not your fault. It's these people doing bombings while I'm on an empty stomach. Those drones, still under station control, scramble to strike back. The two forces crash into each other like opposing waves, grinding together in a brutal, shrieking arc of explosions that stitches across the sky. The window strobes with firelight. Inside, Joanne stands at her terminal, fingers ripping across the keys. Which layer is this? Third? No, second. Wait, second layer. And the outer firewall's still up. The drone of engines closes in, dropping from the sky in a sheer dive, the noise sharpening to a needle-thin scream. Reverse overwrite in progress. I'm down to a few dozen units. Come on, little guys. Just hold on. The line is directly above her now. Dust shivers loose from the ceiling and falls in thin streams. Her cup slips from the desk and breaks against the floor. Yes! We shall claim victory and have Pani Popo as our reward! Please, please! Just a little faster! Something bright flares across Joanne's lenses, blinding for an instant. She wrenches her gaze upward. Beyond the glass, a drone's cannon yawns directly at her. Joanne squeezes her eyes shut. The pain she's waiting for never hits. She opens her eyes. A burning husk grazes the window and drops away, swallowed by the smoke. A second drone bakes in. Armor-piercing fire rips through its belly and out the engine. The sky ignites. The third strains upward, rotors screaming, before rifle rounds shatter them mid-spin. It corkscrews into the far clearing, a broken thing trailing sparks. Through the thick smoke and flames, she spots two familiar figures. What are you gawking at? Get back to work! Ophelia leans out from behind cover on the opposite side. Her assault rifle kicks against her shoulder as she squeezes off short, precise bursts into the sky. A burn tears across her shoulder, still wet with blood. She doesn't look at it, not even once. Next wave's coming. Hurry. Adelaide is down on one knee behind the sandbags outside the station, her anti-material rifle still smoking at the muzzle. Her shoulder glows an angry red from the recoil. Face blank, she cycles the bolt. The spent casing spins out and rings against the ground. Joanne tries to say something, but more engine roars are already swelling in the distance. The drones have locked on to the still active comms node. They close in from all sides now, sweeping toward them like a storm front. That's when more shapes emerge from the dust. First Class Cadet Nia, reporting in. First Class Cadet Yori reporting.
First Class Cadet Effie. First aid supplies here.
3, 5, dozens. FOS cadets pour in from all sides. Some clutch training rifles, others haul tactical shields from the equipment room, and some carry nothing but iron pipes pulled from the rubble. Voice after young voice rises, and before Joanne they gather, a wall of bodies, resolute and unbroken. The entirety of FOS has planted itself in front of her, shielding the ladder that leads to the stars. All units, hold this position. Protect the base station at all costs.
Yes, sir. You all...
She feels a sudden heat behind her eyes, but the tears don't fall.
Leave it to me.
She pulls in a long breath. Her hands settle back over the keys, and they move faster than before. The second Lucia charges, 2 bullets shear the air beside her ear. But she doesn't slow down. A narrow passage is a force multiplier for the few against the many. It compresses their firepower into a straight, narrow line, turning the whole cabin into a bottleneck one defender can hold. Lucia flattens herself against the cold bulkhead and pulls the trigger. The first hijacker's weapon cartwheels out of his hands, the flesh between his fingers ripped wide, falls back screaming. The second man answers instantly. A wild sweep of gunfire chews into the walls, sparks erupting in white-hot bursts around her. Lucia ducks, rolls through a row of seats, and comes up firing from the opposite side. Ugh! A bullet catches the second hijacker in the knee. He collapses, his crumpled frame blocking the line of fire for the ones behind him. Luke advances in her wake, perfectly synchronized, pushing forward in those fleeting silences between Lucia's shots. Die! Dream on! The third charges in, knife flashing. Luke meets him with a fire extinguisher. Harry steps through, a vicious backhand swing that connects with the man's temple. A single clean, brutal arc. Without warning, a fourth attacker springs from behind the row of seats and wraps his arms around Luke's middle, dragging, twisting, trying to slam Luke to the deck. Get away from Luke! With a sharp shout, Lucia slams her boot into the attacker's ribs, kicking him bodily off Luke. Side by side, they carve through the aisle with less than 3 meters of width. One guns down threats from a distance, the other dismantles them up close. They weave between each other with brutal efficiency, sharing the same rhythm, like a single body breathing. Lucia's fifth round tears through his shoulder. The fifth man hits the bulkhead and crumbles. The sixth shot strips the weapon right out of the next man's hands. 7. She's out of ammo. The seventh and eighth hijackers lunge forward simultaneously. Duck! Lucia dips low to the side. Luke sprints forward, uses the seats for leverage, and vaults over her body, driving a flying kick directly into the jaw of the man on the right. Hey, eyes on me! Simultaneously, Lucia closes the gap on the man to the left. A short, brutal sequence. Elbow to the throat, knee driven into the abdomen, both hands gripping the back of his head, then a savage pull downwards. His forehead meets the metal armrest with a sharp crack. Ugh. The right attacker struggles to rise, but Luke plants a boot on his back, yanks the seatbelt free, and binds him tight in a matter of seconds. In the blink of an eye, the aisle falls silent. 8 bodies lie sprawled across the aisle and between the seats. Some are unconscious, some groaning, some bound and unable to move. Lucia braces herself against a seat back, breathing hard. Blood runs from her elbow where her uniform sleeve has been torn open in a long gash. Whether it's from a blade or a bullet fragment, she can't tell. Luke isn't faring any better. The old chest wound is torn open again. Grime streaks the person's face. Both hands are raw, the skin broken open in multiple places. Without warning, the deck plunges. The entire aircraft is wrenched downward like a massive fist is closed around it, sending everyone staggering. Above them, the emergency lights swing wildly. The bulkheads shriek with the sound of stressed metal. Beyond the window, the clouds are climbing, visibly accelerating upward. Their gazes lock for half a breath. Cockpit. Let's go. Hey, what's going on back there? What? Hijacking. She grabs the back of his head and slams it down. His forehead connects with the control panel in a solid, brutal thud. Flight controls are still locked. Manual inputs completely overridden. He just added another failsafe. Lucia throws herself into the pilot seat, hands closing around the stick. The hydraulic system answers her pull, but the instant she adjusts course, the autopilot overrides her and snaps it back. Joanne, how much longer?
Almost there. Just give me a few more seconds.
Through the windshield, there's nothing but Bifrost now. Altitude 1200. 1 minute left. Lucia hauls the stick back as far as it will go. The hydraulics shriek, a high metallic wail, and the whole fuselage shivers in response, only for the autopilot to seize control again, shoving the heading back into alignment with cold, unfeeling precision. All with his forehead? Wait, what with his forehead? Oh. His forehead connects with the control panel. Oh, yeah, they're doing all this with his forehead. Oh, yeah, he added another failsafe with his forehead. I see. I get it now. I made it to the joke. I got there. I connected the dots. I connected them. Joanne, we're out of time.
10 seconds! Just give me 10 more!
Lucia turns to look at Luke. Pull with me. 2 pairs of hands close around the stick at the same moment. 4 hands, layered and straining, wrenching it back until the hydraulics can give no more. Together, they hold it there in a precarious, shuddering deadlock. The autopilot fights to correct, but the nose drifts, degree by painstaking degree. Every increment pushes the projected crash point farther from the heart of Bifrost. The stick convulses violently in their hands, the metal grip grinding into their flesh until it aches. 15 seconds to impact! Keep pulling! The hydraulic lines groan under the overload. 7 seconds! Suddenly, Joanne's voice explodes over the comms, so shrill it nearly cracks.
It's built online! Override command uploaded!
A sudden flicker ghosts across the screens. The flight control panel, frozen in red for so long, pulses, then blooms green. All at once, the control stick loosens beneath their hands. Now! Together, she and Luke wrench the stick back, and the nose heaves upward. But they're too low, too fast. The nose rises, yet the belly and wings below keep scything into Bifrost airspace. Uh-oh. The left wing catches Bifrost's outer maintenance gantry and comes apart like shredded paper. The impact detonates into a shrapnel storm at killing speed. The aircraft rolls hard, grinding a bright scar of sparks down Bifrost's side. And then, all across the sky above FOS, the rogue drones simply stop, their engines cutting out as if an invisible hand had snipped every string at once. They tilt, stall, and drop from the clouds in a long, ragged cascade. Every face turns upward. Iron-gray machines trailed black plumes as they tumble, a delayed metal rainfall hammering into the corners of FOS. raising clouds of dust and ash. Ugh, that's dangerous too. Imagine if you made it through all of that, only to get taken out by a falling drone. That would suck. Wait, I didn't mean, no, no auto. Joanne runs from the base station, her gaze snapping upward. The command craft skims over at barely 100 meters. One wing remains. The fuselage is a mangled, burning thing, smoke and fire streaming from its tail. It missed Bifrost, but now it's going down. Lucia! Luke! The cockpit is a cacophony of shrieking alarms now. Every gauge pulses red. Overheating engines, hydraulic collapse, altitude critical, all of it piling together into one unbroken, deafening howl. Right wing still intact. Still generating lift. It's enough. I'm not putting this thing down on FOS. She throws her full weight against the stick, using the single remaining wing to claw against gravity. The aircraft carves a lopsided, desperate arc across the sky, skimming over FOS. On the ground, the crowds are pulling back. Cadets, instructors, engineers, faces tilt upward, watching the burning aircraft drag itself across the sky above them. Up ahead! Open ground! On the periphery of Aerospace City, there's an empty waste of untouched ground. No structures, no people. It was originally set aside for a launch facility expansion that is yet to come. It's too far! We're losing speed! We'll make it. She doesn't know where the certainty comes from, but she throws every last bit of her strength into the control stick. Okay. 15 meters, 30, 20. The boundary line of FOS streaks past the window. They've cleared the base. 10 meters. Luke! Why are you yelling my name? We made it this far, so if you're scared, scream. I'm doing it. The moment the belly hits the ground, the world flips violently. Seatbelts bite deep into their shoulders. Every ounce of air is slammed from their lungs. Then comes the long, deafening shriek of metal tearing through the earth. The plane gouges a deep trench into the ground, throwing up a wall of dust that swallows the sky. Smoke and dust hang heavy over FOS, thick with the acrid reek of scorched metal and fuel. Along Bifrost's flank, a section of the maintenance gantry lies shattered. Debris is scattered across the foundation, and the giant silver-white blade now bears a raw, jagged scar. Lucia! Luke! She stumbles forward, barely keeping her feet. Her glasses hang askew. Her legs are weak, as if the bones have dissolved into cotton wool. She doesn't know where the plane finally fell, only that in the moment before the comms went dead, a massive, bone-deep crash thundered through the line. She runs through the ruined training field, past the warehouse still breathing smoke, past the first shell-shocked cadets and instructors creeping out of their shelters. Ahead, in the barren stretch of land beyond the base, a black trench tears across the earth for hundreds of meters. At its end lies the aircraft, broken-backed, torn in two. The left half is a charred skeleton of spars and ash. The right half still bleeds smoke from its engines. Joanne's stride falters. A sudden dread settles into her chest. She is afraid of what comes next. Ophelia reaches her side, the burn on her shoulder raw and untended, her face a mask of soot. Ahead, Adelaide is already sprinting, rifle gone, fists pumping, charging toward the wreckage in complete silence. Then, in the drifting smoke, two silhouettes take shape, pulling themselves from the wreckage. An arm is slung across a shoulder. The second figure is hunched, dragging a bad leg. Together they stagger, propping each other up, lifting dangerously with each step as if they might crumple, yet somehow they keep moving. Neither one goes down. Behind her glasses, Joanne's vision blurs. Her lips part, but her voice has left her completely.
Lucia, look!
Behind her, more people pour out from every direction. Some still carry their guns, some are empty-handed, and some hold up wounded fellow cadets. They all see the two figures emerging from the smoke and begin running toward the same place. Lucia lifts her head and sees everyone rushing toward her. Joanne is out in front. Ophelia jogs and complains under her breath, and Adelaide, quiet as always, takes the longest strides. Behind them are many more faces she cannot name. Before she knows it, a smile of relief crosses her face. At that moment, Luke feels the weight on one shoulder ease slightly, and slowly turns to look. Still alive?
Yeah. Still alive.
Side by side, they press forward, moving toward the wave of people rushing to meet them. Joanne hurls herself at them so hard she almost brings both down. They did it! Report. During a recent rotation training flight to the ground, the college's airborne command post was hijacked mid-air. The attackers planned to crash it into Bifrost. In more encouraging news, during the incident, 2 cadets on airborne duty worked with ground communications staff and several students to stop the armed hijackers' plan. The injured survivors have been taken to FOS College Hospital. The college and its partner insurers are providing the maximum compensation available to the crew members who lost their lives. Bifrost and the damaged FOS training grounds are currently under repair. Students who need to make reservations should use training grounds 8 through 11 instead. Up next, another news report. Well, would you look at that? I ended up in the hospital again! Even in another timeline, I'm always in the hospital. Crazy. So here's the thing. I'm thinking about taking another short break to get a snack. Because I'm still thinking about coconut bread. And I'm hungry now. So, I think I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna eat a little bit of food. And I'll be back and continue with the story, and it'll be fine. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'll be right back, everybody. I'm getting food. If you're all hungry too, thinking about Pani Popo, you should also get food. If you have Pani Popo on hand too, even better. Yeah. Let's go get some food. Okay, I'll be right back. Bye-bye. Oh, I'm back. Whew. Thanks everyone for waiting. Sorry about that. But, you know, hunger. The body wants what it wants when it wants it. And I could have just brought like a quick snack in here, but this is a game where I'm mostly reading. I can't really read and eat at the same time. Thank you for the welcomes back, though. Okay, let's continue on a little longer. Wish upon the stars. Either way, we'll all see each other again one day. She doesn't really know when it started, but Lucia keeps having strange dreams. In the dream, her vision drifts free from her body, floating over the world like a ghost.
Decoration complete. Lucia, shall we start with the party?
Lucia! Lucia, don't come out! Take your sister upstairs! And that's our timeline. Lucia sees Luke relentlessly chased by the eerie shadows, body slowly dissolving, forced to turn away from the light and plunge into darkness. She watches as Luke ascends this strange staircase, pushing onward all the way to the very top. And Lucia, too, chases after Luke's retreating figure, climbing, falling, returning to the same starting point again and again. In that bewildering, phantasmagoric haze, Lucia calls out. The dreadful crimson nightmare follows like a second shadow, swallowing every cherished soul around her. Her father's badge shatters. Her mother's face is blotted out. Luna's voice elongates into a sharp wail, and silence. In her world, nothing is left but that retreating figure.
Luke!
She runs, stumbling, her lungs about to explode. At last, her fingers seize that arm. No head turns. She's holding nothing but an arm. It sears her palm, the break jagged and raw. Splinters of bone thrusting out from torn sinew, blood pouring from the cross-section.
Luke?
Like thrusting her hand into molten iron, the pain burrows from the surface of her skin straight into the bone. Her fingertips blister and shrivel, eaten through bit by bit. She doesn't want to let go. She can't. The blood seems alive, crawling up her wrist, creeping into her sleeve, seeping into the creases of her skin. Lucia? Lucia! Her eyes snap open. Sunlight slants through the window, sharp enough to make her squint. Her cheek rests against the cold desk. Before her lie scattered documents and a pen that has rolled to the very edge. Luke. Luke stands outside the window, one hand braced against the frame, leaning slightly to peer inside. Morning light pours in from behind, casting a long shadow across the desk. Time to go. Late on day one and the instructor will have your name noted down. She lingers in a daze for a moment, then exhales deeply, as though shedding a heavy weight. Right. Lucia rubs her eyes, scrubbing away the paper creases imprinted on her cheek. Beyond the window, the sky is a flawless blue. Far off, Bifrost catches the morning sun and glints silver, its maintenance rigging already restored, every trace of impact erased. A full year has passed since that attack. All-nighter again? You went on for way too long last night. Too long? One thrust vector model, 4 different solutions. I had to spend half the night untangling them just to figure out which one was worth using. You asked me to walk you through it. You could have just said something. Lucia doesn't answer. She gets up, brushes the creases from her uniform, and snatches the textbooks off the desk, stuffing them into her bag with visible irritation. They're surprisingly dense sometimes. Move. She swings a leg over the sill and slips out through the window. Living on the first floor of the dorm, she's been treating this window like a door for a whole year now. That can't be secure. Luke watches her land, mouth opening as if to speak, but ends up saying nothing. The two walk side by side toward the academic building. A thin morning mist still clings to FOS, and from the distant training grounds come the faint shouts of underclassmen, already running their laps. Lucia keeps her earphones draped around her neck, not on her ears. When this habit changed, can't quite say. What she does know is that ever since she started down this path with Luke, so much has begun to change. The subject list for next year's placement exam is out. Have you seen it? The Science Council's setting it this time. You think it'll be tough? Difficult isn't the problem. Just want everything to go without a hitch. Lucia's overall scores have consistently placed her in the top 10 of the first-class cadets, with combat and physical training firmly holding in the top 3. Academic subjects aren't her strongest area, but her foundations are solid, and she's never once fallen below the safety line. Luke's strengths run in the opposite direction, and the two are often locked in a tug-of-war around the same ranking band. The lunar base is expanding its second phase next year. Word is, they're badly understaffed. If people with combat experience transfer in, it saves them a lot of time bringing everyone up to speed. You want to serve at the lunar base? Well, FOS didn't put us through all this just to pass exams. I want to go somewhere where I'm actually needed. It doesn't matter if it's the moon, Mars, or even the front lines on Earth, as long as I don't have to sit in this classroom. Besides, Luna said she wants to see lunar soil. She pauses for a beat, her voice softening just a little. Lunar soil? She mentioned it on our last call. One of her classmates, whose parent works at the lunar base, brought back a small bottle. She's been wanting some ever since. If I'm going, I might as well bring some back for her. The two have barely rounded the corner of the academic building when the sound of arguing reaches them from up ahead. More precisely, a shrill voice and a clipped, rigid voice clashing back and forth. I bet I know who they are. I told you I got here first! Training ground access is determined by reservation timestamp, not physical arrival time. Yeah, I knew it. I was standing here at 6 in the morning. The terminal confirms I submitted my reservation at 5:57 a.m. Who in their right mind makes a reservation at 5:57 in the morning? Someone who shows up at 6 should understand someone who reserves at 5:57. You said that on purpose, didn't you? I was only stating a fact.
You absolute mule! Can you talk like a normal human being for once?
I believe everything I've said complies with Academy regulations.
I swear, I'm gonna wring your neck!
And they're at it again. At least now they argue while walking side by side instead of shouting across the whole training ground. Lucia and Luke walk past them, tilting their heads slightly. Morning. Hey, Ophelia, Adelaide. Hey, Ophelia, Adelaide. Morning. Morning. Good morning. The two replies halt the argument in perfect, unexpected sync. 2 seconds stretch by, and then...
I already let you use the training ground! Why are you still following me?
I'm not following you. The equipment room is in this direction. Excessive sensitivity is a recognized psychological condition. I recommend... Lucia and Luke shake their heads and keep walking. At the stairwell entrance of the academic building, a piercing wail spills out from a third-floor window.
I can't take this anymore! Miss Cassandra, please, I'm begging you, leave! The comms lab requires absolute electromagnetic silence during signal calibration. Your mechanical arm is wrecking the readings. Wrecking? Darling, I'm only sitting here and observing. Practically a statue. You are not! That arm of yours is spraying data fragrance every other second! My spectrum analyzer is completely flooded with your signal. Oh? Then this arm is performing rather magnificently, isn't it? That is not something to be proud of in a lab!
Joanne leans out of the third-floor window, hair a bird's nest, glasses askew, her face the picture of despair.
Lucia! Luke, save me! She showed up at the crack of dawn, insisting on inspecting teaching outcomes. All my calibration data is ruined!
Lucia doesn't slow her steps, only casting Joanne a look of pity.
Hey, you're just gonna leave me here to die?
Sorry, Joanne. We'll be late.
Wait!
Joanne pulls back inside, and a racket of banging and clattering erupts. She's likely wrestling to reclaim something from Cassandra's grasp.
We're really not helping?
Last time we stepped in to stop Cassandra's cosmic ray hair dye project, it landed us a 3,000-word written reflection. Sorry, Joanne. This was how they spent their days, and how they will go on spending them in the year to come. Time moves like a steady, unhurried river, carrying along the mundane routines and the growth that has crept in unnoticed. After the attack, the Academy tightened its security protocols, and the Bifrost defenses underwent 2 full rounds of reinforcement. The first-year cadets were no longer treated as merely students. They began rotating into active security duties across Aerospace City, standing guard, patrolling shoulder to shoulder with soldiers on duty. Some have matured along the way. Some have grown silent. Some didn't really change. Lucia and Luke fall squarely into the last group. She still isn't much of a talker. Her earphones still sit around her neck, but she stopped eating by herself. Somewhere along the way, that corner table in the cafeteria went from holding 1 person to 2, and then to 5. Lucia sits at the very end, Luke beside her, Joanne across, Ophelia and Adelaide flank either side. There's still at least a seat's worth of distance between them, but far less than when they first arrived at the Academy. They attend classes together, train together, and go on missions together. They get hurled around together in zero-gravity sim pods, endure 3 straight days of downpour during wilderness survival training, and get chewed out together by the instructors during combat evaluations. They volunteer as test subjects for Joanne's experiments, circulate ads for Ophelia's family business, and learn to sail alongside Adelaide. And on the occasional mission-free dusk, they lie together in the vast shadow beneath Bifrost, watching the clouds drift slowly overhead, stealing laughs as they tease Cassandra about her galaxy-rendingly disastrous fashion sense. They cry, they laugh, they burn out, they savor. Every last piece of it belongs to that most beautiful stretch of youth, the kind meant only for the young. The night before the placement exam, June 15th. The study room holds only a scattered handful of students, most buried in their final reviews. A tense, stifling atmosphere hangs over everything. Tomorrow's results will decide where each of them spends the upcoming year. The lunar military base, a planetary observation station, the Cosmos Technicians Union, or remaining behind on campus. Lucia sits by the window, an orbital mechanics review book laid open in front of her, headphones on and volume cranked to the maximum. Because FOS's campus broadcast system is currently spewing something utterly indescribable. Good evening, darlings. It's time for your evening music broadcast. Today's selection is a genuine masterpiece, freshly composed by your illustrious trustee, using a mere 1/10,000th of her genius and a precious 15 minutes of her afternoon. An indescribable torrent of electronic beats pours from the speakers. The bass booms like muffled thunder, the melody veering wildly across bizarre frequencies, punctuated now and then by what might be a human moan, or just a synthesizer shorting out. The entire academic building is suffering under the assault. Beneath the desk, Lucia's right leg is jittering faster and faster. Her pen has already punched several holes through her notebook. Her face remains impassive, but a vein at her temple is slowly, visibly beginning to throb. Across the table, Luke puts down the pen, checks the time on the terminal, and discreetly fires off a message to some group chat. Wanna get some air? Where? Back hill. Quiet. With a small jerk of the chin, Luke gestures toward the window. A year ago, the two of them had flown over that very place in a plane on the verge of falling apart. Let's take your motorbike. I'll ride this time. Lucia's right leg stops. She pulls off her earphones and looks at Luke. You can ride now? You taught me before. I taught you once. You crashed 3 times. I tried again later on my own. Didn't crash. She closes her notebook. The hill behind FOS is not much of a climb, just a gentle slope on the outskirts of Aerospace City, strewn with sparse tropical bush. There are no streetlights here, and few ever bother to come. From the top, the whole of Aerospace City unfolds below. Bifrost's lights climb from the ground straight into the clouds, a pillar of radiance driven into the night. The motorcycle rests beside a low, scrawny tree at the hilltop, its engine ticking softly as it cools. The two of them sit on the grass, legs crossed, shoulders pressed lightly together. The stars above are fierce and bright, so near the equator, with no light pollution to dim them. The Milky Way sprawls across the vault of heaven like a pale river of light. Lucia tips her head back, watching the boundless, ink-dark sky. She stays silent for a long, long moment. The exam's coming up. Are you nervous? No. But you've been pulling up grass this whole time. Lucia glances down. Sure enough, a small patch of the tender green grass beside her hand has been plucked clean. You talk too much. Frowning, she gives Luke a pointed jab.
Ow, ow!
A breeze drifts up from the foot of the hill, carrying the dry, crisp scent of evaporated liquid oxygen. It's a smell unique to Aerospace City, one that follows you wherever you go. Lucia smooths back a strand of silver hair, lifted by the light wind, and turns her head. After all this is over, what do you want to do first? You mean the exam? I mean, after we graduate. When we leave FOS. Luke lowers his gaze, taking a moment to think. Wherever this world needs me most, I guess. What does that mean? Maybe some corner of Earth where the unification war's still going. Or the moon, or Mars. The Copernicus outpost is expanding. I heard they're badly understaffed. Oh, and after graduation, the 0-point reactor should be almost done too. That could work. The Science Council will definitely need hands. Basically, I'll just go wherever I'm needed. Lucia rests her chin in her hand, offering no response. What about you, Lucia? Me? After we graduate, what do you want to do first? She tilts her head, giving it genuine thought for a moment. Same as you, I suppose. Really? Yeah. I want to go somewhere higher, where I can protect more people. She still pulls at the grass, her gaze fixed on the light atop Bifrost. When I was little, I used to have this strange dream. I'd fall into this thick fog, people all around me, but they'd vanish one by one. I'd just stand there, reaching out, but I couldn't hold on to anyone. Every time I woke up, I couldn't remember a thing. Just, my palms would feel hot, like I'd forgotten something important. Ever since then, I wanted to get stronger, to protect Luna, to protect my parents. And as I grew older, I wanted to reach higher, protect more people, like the heroes in those cartoons. That's why I came to FOS. She snaps another blade of grass, her eyes fixed on the toes of her shoes. There are so many people in this world fighting for the same cause. That makes me want to be at the very front, to stand before all of them. For a brief moment, Luke says nothing, simply following her gaze out toward the distant sky. You're gonna laugh, aren't you? Lucia's fingers tighten unconsciously. She deliberately turns her head away, refusing to look at Luke. No. And why are you so quiet? Because I feel the same way. The same way. Not a dream exactly, but sometimes I feel like something's pushing me forward. Like there's someone, something, or a voice from somewhere far away, always urging me to keep going. Like it's from another world, maybe. I can't explain it, but it's always been there. Lucia studies Luke. The dark hides every expression, leaving only a silhouette and the faint glint of stars reflected in those eyes. In some ways, we really are alike. So, Lucia? Luke smiles gently. After we graduate, you want to stick with me as my teammate? Teammate? If we
we fight side by side, I know we'll be unstoppable.
Of course you'll be unstoppable when someone's always had your back. She smiles, but then, as if something drifts across her thoughts, emotion stills. Lifting her head to the sea of stars above, Lucia turns over that distant, yet achingly real future in her mind. For a moment, she thinks for a moment, lips parting as if to speak. When a low, resonant rumble rolls in from the distance. Orange-red flames erupt from the nozzles on Bifrost's launch pad, their glare setting half the night sky ablaze. A rocket rises, slowly at first, then gathering speed, piercing the clouds with a long tail of fire, like a star being born alight. Both of them look up at once. In their eyes, the trail stretches into a single burning line, reaching from the edge of the horizon all the way into the deepest vault of the sky. Lucia watches for a long, long time before she finally opens her mouth. My life's changed a lot since I met you. Having to deal with all these people, being dragged into group activities, squeezing around a cafeteria table with 4 others, 2 of whom never stop bickering. My schedule got more regular. I have training partners now, and someone stays after class to review lessons with me. Even if their explanations do drag on a bit. She pulls up another handful of grass, eyes lingering on the flames as they slowly dissipate into the distance, entirely unaware of the soft rustling stirring in the grass beside her. It's a hassle. Exhausting. Way too loud. But Lucia? What? Turn around. She turns. In the darkness, 3 figures are standing on the other side of the hilltop. Joanne holds up a crooked piece of cardboard with both hands. Someone has scrawled a few large words across it in marker. The letters are uneven, sloppy, clearly thrown together in a rush on the way here. Ophelia stands beside her, hands planted on her hips, her expression somewhere between smug and awkward, like she's fighting hard to keep a straight face. Adelaide stands rigidly upright on the far right, clutching a bag of still deflated balloons she hasn't managed to blow up yet. And then, all together, they draw in a deep, synchronized breath. Lucia. Happy birthday! The shout comes in pieces, a stagger of voices. Joanne bellows loudest of all. Ophelia chimes in a half-second late. Adelaide delivers at a carefully measured volume, neither overly enthusiastic nor entirely indifferent. You... Caught off guard, Lucia turns to look at Luke. At some point, Luke has risen to stand, holding a modest cake with a few candles planted in it, their tiny flames flickering unsteadily in the night breeze. June 15th. You said you forgot last year, too. Lucia opens her mouth, instinctively ready to protest, but no words come. With practiced restraint, she settles for silence. She really did forget her own birthday. She always forgets it. Yet someone always remembers it for her. Back then, it was Dad, Mom, and Luna. Now... Ophelia and I made the cake together. It took us 2 tries to get it right. The first time, she set the oven to some weird unit. Somewhere between Celsius and Fahrenheit, I think. Shut it! Do you have to say all that? Anyway, it turned out great. Hold on. You tasted it? I couldn't help myself when it came out of the oven. Just a tiny bite. Your tiny bite removed an entire chunk from the side. That's why I turned that side toward the back. In the next moment, everyone swarms around Lucia in a jumble of overlapping voices. Ophelia doesn't bother asking. She just stuffs a crumpled party hat straight into Luke's hands. Luke, put it on her. Wait, I don't... Lower your head. Luke. Before Lucia can even react, Luke has already settled the little crown onto her head. The party hat sits crooked, its elastic strap pinching her ear. Not exactly comfortable. Joanne has her terminal out, snapping photos, the flash strobing bright. Ophelia stands beside her, calling out angles. Adelaide is trying to inflate the bag of balloons, but clearly struggling. She's made 3 attempts already, and still hasn't managed to tie a single one off. Man, I suck at inflating balloons too. Lucia stands in the middle of them all, a crooked hat perched on her head, a cake with a chunk missing in front of her, and behind her, the rocket's last trail of exhaust still climbing through the night sky. She can't tell if she's happy, or if she just feels too miserable, but her nose prickles all the same. Make a wish, Lucia. Lucia looks down at the candles trembling in the wind. Their flames dance in her eyes, small but very bright. I hope you live a life filled with happiness, Lucia. I wish those strange dreams would never come true. I wish Mom's wish for me would come true. Please make it come true. And I wish... The candle flames shiver in the night breeze, mirrored in her eyes, small yet impossibly bright. Far away, the lights of Bifrost climb from the earth all the way into the clouds, where they blur seamlessly into the stars overhead. Everyone would find their way to tomorrow, safe and happy. Her wishes are more for others than for herself. Because when it comes to Lucia's own wishes and happiness, those, she has the resolve to make happen on her own. Closes her eyes, silent for a few seconds. Then she blows out every candle in a single breath. So, what's your wish? Not telling. It won't come true if I do. Aw, you're no fun. Fine. Anyway, placement exam. Everyone feeling confident? What kind of question is that? I'll ace every single subject. Obviously. You placed 3rd in materials engineering last time, behind Lucia and Luke. Shut up! If only they'd skip the fitness test. Aww. Lucia cuts a slice of cake and passes it to Luke, then cuts 4 more, handing them out one by one. We'll get through it. Her voice comes out soft, as if meant for everyone to hear, yet also for herself. After placements, whether it's the moon or staying on the surface, she glances up at the sky, her eyes following the rocket's trail as it slowly dissolves. Either way, we'll all see each other again one day. On the hill behind FOS, 5 young people sit gathered around a handful of candles and a less than perfect cake, wrapped in the Academy's night. In the distance, Bifrost blazes with light. The rocket's exhaust trail long since vanished into the sweep of the Milky Way. The wind scatters this candle smoke, threading the air with the sweetness of cream. The evening breeze rolls across the grassy hillside, catching their laughter and carrying it far, far away. So far it feels like even the stars might hear. I feel like things are gonna get bad soon. Graduation. Back then, they had yet to set sail. Their joy knew no end in sight. On the day of departure, Bifrost's launch site thrums even louder than it did on their first day in the academy. The rocket's fueling system cycles through its final checks, liquid oxygen lines hissing plumes of white vapor. The viewing stands overflow with second and third class FOS students, their voices buzzing with excitement as they gather to send off the first of their upperclassmen bound for space. Lucia and Luke, clad in standard flight suits, stand on the gangway leading to the Voyager 1's hatch. Steel grating stretches beneath their feet, gaps revealing the ground dozens of meters below. Wind surges up from the base, whipping the ceremonial banners into a sharp, crackling frenzy. Joanne stands at the far end of the gangway. Beyond lies the security zone. This is as far as she can go.
Lucia! Luke! The second you land on the moon, message me. Promise.
Her eyes have already reddened, but she fights desperately to keep the tears in, hands clamped around the railing, knuckles drained white. You know there's a 1.3 second delay on moon comms, right?
I mean it! 1.3 seconds, 13 seconds, I don't care. Just send it, and stay in touch.
I will.
Oh, wait, your suit pockets. Look inside. I put a little snack box in each one.
The rations on the ship are awful. I looked it up.
Just please don't tell anyone. Miss Cassandra helped.
Thanks, Joanne. Next time we meet, I'll bring you back some local specialties.
Don't thank me. This is literally all I could do.
As she speaks, the tears finally spill over. Lucia watches her, falls silent for a moment, then walks back a few steps. She reaches out and gives Joanne a gentle pat on the head. Just stay focused on your research. Keep an eye on FOS for us. Joanne chokes back a sob, then nods with everything she has.
You too. Both of you. Go see what the far side of the moon looks like for us.
Voyager 1, launch countdown. T-minus 4 minutes. Lucia's back presses hard against the acceleration seat, the 5-point harness digging into her chest. With every breath, she feels the buckle pressing against the outline of her ribs. Inside her helmet, launch control's callouts pulse through the comm channel, steady as a metronome. Voyager 1 lunar transfer vehicle, propellant loading complete. Launch sequence entering automated mode. All crew, confirm life support system status. Lucia glances down at the instrument panel on her chest. Heart rate, blood oxygen, cabin pressure. Every reading holds steady within normal range. Only her heart rate runs a little high. She turns her head. Luke is strapped into the acceleration seat half a meter to her right, clad in the same cream flight suit. Behind the faceplate, the expression is unreadable. Nervous? No. Your hands are shaking. Lucia looks down at her hands. They are shaking. She can see it now. She balls them into fists and shoves them under the restraint straps along her thighs. Didn't need to point that out. T-minus 2 minutes. Main engine pre-ignition sequence initiating. A low guttural hum rises from beneath the seat, like some ancient behemoth just now opening its eyes. The whole skeleton of the ship resonates, vibrations threading from the tail nozzles all the way up her spine. She remembers the sound of Dawn 3 during ground testing. She'd stood on the observation deck back then, a safe distance away, kilometers between her and the roar. Now she sits directly on top of it. T minus 60 seconds. Launch tower arms retracting. Outside the window, the gantry support arms pull back in slow motion, their metal framework unfolding like opening fingers. Beyond them, the sky is an impossible endless blue. She has never looked at the sky like this on her back, through a pane of heat-resistant glass, watching that small patch of azure framed above her. That is what she's about to fly through. T minus 30 seconds. Automatic flight control system engaged. All manual commands locked. The hum shifts into a tremor. Bulkhead, instrument panel, harness buckle. Even her own breath hissing inside the mask. All of it hums now, vibrating at a single shared frequency. Lucia draws a deep breath and pushes her skull back into the headrest. T minus 10 seconds. Her hand works its way out of the restraint strap and settles on the right armrest. Luke's hand rests just beside hers. 5, 4, 3. Lucia breathed in deep, her hand drifting to the side almost without thought. And then, fingertip meets fingertip. On the elevated highway ringing the launch site, a black and gold limousine waits in silence. Cassandra is alone against the window, with no entourage, no cigarette dangling from her lips. She does nothing but watch. The Voyager 1 rocket perched on the pad, carrying Luke, Lucia, and 10 other FOS cadets into the sky. Between her fingers, the old pocket watch turns. Open, closed. Open, closed. The faded photograph on its back flashes in the sun, one flicker of light after another. Would you look at that, Nice Arts? Her lips move, the words barely a whisper. Humanity's children are setting out. The last countdown rings out across the heavens. Cassandra closes the watch with a quiet snap and slips it into her breast pocket. They will find it. The answer you chased your whole life. Amid the deafening roar, flames erupt skyward. When the airlock on the base's south side opens, Lucia's first step onto the lunar surface feels far softer than she imagined. It's like stepping onto untouched gray flour. Each footfall sinks deep, leaving treads sharper and clearer than any print she's ever left on Earth. Lucia crouches down, pinches a bit of lunar soil between her gloved fingers, and holds it up to her visor for a closer look. Gray. What color did you think it would be? Not sure. Luna thinks it might be silver. She carefully tucks the lunar soil into her sample bag and seals it shut. First sample down. The first 2 days on the lunar surface follow the routine. Check the comms relay stations ringing the base perimeter, swap out aging solar panels, and pull soil samples from Science Council designated sectors. It's tedious, repetitive work, but every single task demands obsessive precision. Their instructor puts it bluntly: good enough doesn't exist in space. One loose bolt becomes a lethal leak the next time the temperature swings. Lucia takes it to heart. She works meticulously. That sounds stressful. But on the third afternoon, after 6 standard hours patrolling the perimeter, she does something every instructor would shake their head at. Hop on. What? The lunar rover sits on the gentle slope of a crater, all 4 wheels sunk into the regolith, the old solar panels from the earlier repairs still hanging off its antenna.
Just drive safe. Please.
Luke sighs, circles around to the passenger side, and climbs in. The seatbelt hasn't even clicked before the rover surges forward. Lunar gravity is only 1/6 of Earth. The rover's motors were built for terrestrial loads. Here, that means acceleration hits hard. The wheels tear into the soil, picking up a gray plume of dust. In the vacuum, every particle traces a perfect silent arc, rising, falling, trailing behind them in slow motion. Lucia throws the wheel right, full lock. The rover tilts into the crater wall, carving the slope at an angle no Earth vehicle could survive. But the moon catches it gently. One soft bounce, and the wheels find the dust again.
Slow down! Lucia!
Relax, I've got it. Just sit tight.
You've got it! There's a crater right in front of us!
Lucia stomped the accelerator flat. The rover lifts off, all 4 wheels leaving the surface as it sails over the crater rim. For one breathless moment, it hangs in the void, arcing through space, then lands clean on the opposite slope. The impact ripples through the frame in total silence. A burst of laughter crackles through the comms. It takes Lucia back to that day she stole her father's motorcycle for a joyride. Except this time, there's someone beside her. After the wild ride, the rover comes to rest on a high ridge, its tire tracks tracing an irregular path behind it. They climb out, one after the other, boots sinking into the lunar surface with every slow, deliberate step. They take their time, because a moment like this is worth slowing down for. There's no wind or sound, not even a trace of life. The gray horizon stretches endlessly in every direction, meeting a dome of absolute black above, the universe laying bare its stark beauty for all to witness. Stars. They stud the black velvet of space like countless points of light, dense and unbroken, filling the entire dome of the sky. Only out here, beyond the atmosphere, does the truth become undeniable. Earth's night sky reveals barely a fraction of what the universe holds. Lucia? Yeah? Lucia's voice comes through the comms, underlaid with a faint crackle of static. The military's probably opening applications for Mars and the surface after graduation. Yeah. Lucia, walking behind, answers softly. They need people. And you said you wanted to go where you're needed. So, if I put my name in, you want to go with me? Lucia does not answer. Lucia? Luke turns and finds Lucia motionless, no longer walking. She stands facing away, frozen in place. Something catches the light in her eyes behind the visor. The look on her face is caught somewhere between awe and perfect stillness, the way a child looks upon the sea for the first time. Lucia? Luke. Without thinking, she reaches out and takes Luke's hand, pointing toward the lunar horizon. Okay, good night, Yue. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you had a nice time. Earth is rising over the curve of the moon. The whole planet looms up from the far side of the lunar surface, immense and slow, like a towering reflection rippling forth from still water. It hangs in the pitch-black void, The only splash of color for hundreds of thousands of kilometers in any direction. Even the stars dim before it. A vast blue arc begins to spread, wider and wider, white clouds drifting across its face in slow rolling motion. Then the continents, the oceans, the maps humanity spent millennia charting. All of it now unfolds across the face of a planet, half lit by the solar system's lone star. Lucia stands on the gray wasteland, her suit catching Earth's blue light, casting a pale shadow across the lunar soil. Earth is rising for us. Her voice, when she speaks, is barely a whisper. The two of them stand there, facing Earth as if facing something far greater than their own fates. On that blue planet, billions are drawing breath. People are being born. People are dying. People are growing, working, looking up at the sky. And right now, two tiny figures in that sky are looking back at them. Lucia, about what I asked earlier. Luke, I don't know. Her voice finds its normal register again, though something lingers beneath it. Mars, the moon, back to Earth. I don't have an answer for you. I can't tell you what comes next. No one can. She turns around to face Luke. But she reaches out. The suit gloves are thick and unyielding, her fingers buried under layers of airtight fabric and radiation shielding, clumsy rod-like things, but she pushes through it and reaches for Luke's hand anyway. Two gloves meet. The hold is clumsy, barely a grip at all, but she holds on tight. At least right now, there's something I want to tell you. Only you. Her gaze travels through both visors and finds the eyes waiting within. Only this one. She lifts her other hand and presses a button on the comms panel at the side of her helmet. A soft beep, then the comms channel goes dead. Absolute silence settles back over the lunar surface. Lucia's lips are moving. You. A soft smile flickers across the face of the one who reads her lips. But Lucia isn't finished. There's one more thing. You are... She speaks slowly, each word measured and solemn, like someone afraid that one wrong syllable means never getting another try. Behind the visor, her face is open and serious, carrying the faintest trace of nerves, the kind she hides from absolutely everyone. Where I belong. Lucia's words come to an end. Through the visor, Luke stares at her. Suspended between their helmets, the Earth's reflection glides past in silence, its glow spilling from left to right, lighting up both their faces in soft blue. Well, if she said I love you, I'm sorry, girl, I'm gay. So, hard pass from me, but thanks. Unless you meant it in like a platonic way. That's cool. And then, turn off comms. In the silence of the moon, Luke's lips start to move too. The same rhythm, the same words. A smile breaks across her face, her eyes glinting tender in the light of the earth. Their hands clasp tighter. They step closer and press their visors together. Overhead, the earth watches, its blue light tumbling gently down across their shoulders. You said it yourself. Whole earth just heard you. Same goes for you. No takebacks. We've got the whole universe as a witness. You fool. Around them stretches an endless gray wasteland, an endless black cosmos, an endless silence. Yet in those few centimeters between their visors, nothing feels missing at all. After the placement exam, the 420 cadets of FOS's first class scattered toward their chosen futures. 6 months later, Lucia and Luke returned planetside and were formally commissioned into the world government's tactical command ranks. Their evaluations carried the highest marks possible. Across 2 years, they saw frontline action 3 times in the Unification War and twice returned to space on deployment. Joanne stayed behind at FOS. She declined the military commission, accepting instead an assistant role with the Science Council, and devoted herself fully to a project she could fully grasp. Codename Crown. It was the final piece of the puzzle Dominic had derived from the cosmic signal received 18 years ago, and the most complex by far. A year earlier, construct and mind technologies Dominic had championed finally secured world government approval, and small-scale applications and modifications began rolling out across various fields. 6 months later, Dominic folded a project codenamed Project String into the Mind Research Institute, apparently aiming to merge gravitational field research with construct tech. Around the same time, using Elysium's brain computer interface as a technical prototype, Dominic began developing the component blueprint designated Crown. It was during this period that Joanne was recruited into the research team. In Dominic's original vision, both humans and constructs would be able to use the Crown to manipulate the gravitational fields of the universe. From what Joanne could gather, the Crown's intricate design demanded exceptionally high compatibility with either a mind or a human brain, and Gestalt had yet to find a suitable match. They had to iterate around the clock to lower the threshold. To that end, Dominic even diverted the computing power of the entire Atlantic undersea cable network to support the development. Separatist forces responded with multiple large-scale attacks, and the ensuing clashes left roughly 2,000 casualties. Joanne felt sick over it. She couldn't shake the feeling that her research was stained with blood. She would often call Lucia and Luke in tears, but the moment she heard their voices, she would quietly swallow her anguish and say nothing. She believed that if Dominic valued it so deeply, then Crown had to be vital to humanity's future, which meant she had to push forward, no matter what. Like Joanne, Ophelia stayed behind. Her field was different, but neatly complementary: material science and energy engineering. A choice reportedly inspired by her sister Helentine's peculiar obsession with chainsaws. Hey, Helentine is another playable character. Or future playable character that just recently got announced. The two of them worked at opposite ends of the same floor, sharing one supercomputer and a single break room. By all accounts, they bickered over equipment schedules at least twice a day, yet their names kept appearing together on more and more joint publications. Adelaide chose a road nobody expected. Not the regular forces, not the academy, not any of the international bodies that courted her. She signed with a private military contractor and became a mercenary instructor. She plunged into the ugliest, most volatile corners of the Unification War, the lawless edges where official forces feared to tread. The magazines loved her. Adelaide alone behind enemy lines, Adelaide dragging hostages free, Adelaide carrying refugee children through the smoke. The day Ophelia learned where her friend had gone, she said nothing for a long time. Then she walked to the range, and put rounds through targets for a whole long hour. Three more years pass in what feels like a breath, and FOS prepares for its very first graduation. Every member of FOS's inaugural graduating class receives a summons back to campus, wherever they happen to be. Lucia and Luke depart from their respective field stations. Joanne and Ophelia simply walk out of their labs. Not much of a journey for those two. Adelaide shows up last. Her uniform bears no country's colors and no institution's seal, only a small understated company code on her left arm. She is thinner now, sharper at the edges, and her gaze has settled into something still and deep. When Ophelia sees her again, her mouth opens in surprise, then closes. In the end, all she says, softly, is, "Let's go find something nice to eat." All right. So they're totally dating. On graduation day, the FOS auditorium swells to full capacity. Outside in the square, a massive screen rises above the assembly. 420 first-class graduates stand gathered. Uniforms, lab coats, medals glinting in the light, prodded by their instructors into something that vaguely resembles orderly rows. Lucia, one of the honor graduates, stands at the very center of the front row. Luke is right beside her. The shutter clicks, and at that exact moment the wind sweeps in, catching hair and sleeves, lifting the edges of everything. All right, darlings, time for the grand finale. As your beloved trustee, writer, talk show host, angel investor, and certified nutritionist, I, Madam Cassandra, have prepared a magnificent gift for your graduation. The FOS Anthem. From the podium at her back, she snatches up a stack of papers and brandishes them at the crowd. Top shelf composers, custom lyrics. Do you have any idea what the composing fee alone? She pauses for a moment, then waves it off with a flick of her hand. Anyway, just know it was obscene, so you'd better appreciate it. She presses play. A melody trickles out of the auditorium speakers. It's a simple tune, so simple it barely counts as songwriting. More like someone wandered over to a piano, pressed a few chords without much thought, and hit record. The arrangement is sparse. The melody goes nowhere. The lyrics are graduation boilerplate. Youth, dreams, take flight. Every cliche possible in the book, rearranged into combinations no one will remember. Joanne drops her gaze to the lyric sheet, feigning deep concentration, her mouth clamped shut. Adelaide's face gives nothing away, but her fingertips keep pressing at her knuckles, a little habit she can't hide when she's biting something down. Ah, just listen to that craftsmanship. That's what real music sounds like. Okay, lady. Lucia's face betrays nothing, but somewhere along the way, she has crushed her earphones into her fist. Luke glances over at her and gives a light tug at her sleeve. Be over soon. I'm fine. You're crushing your earphones. At last, the song ends. Cassandra turns to face the audience, her expression brimming with anticipation. Well, what do we think, darlings? Tasteful, no? Absolutely fire, as the kids would say. The students fall silent, exchanging glances. Hey, I'm 27 now, and even I'm cringing. Oh, don't be shy now. Let me hear it. Suddenly, a chair scrapes harshly against the floor from the back of the room. Ophelia has risen to her feet. Ms. Cassandra, I have spent 5 years at FOS. I have been forced to run punishment laps until my legs gave out. I've been blown up, hunted by live fire drones, and nearly frozen solid on polar deployment. I endured all of it without complaint. Did you, though? But this is my final day at the Academy, and I refuse to let my last memory of FOS be singing something this utterly, irredeemably tasteless. A sharp intake of breath echoes from somewhere in the auditorium. What? Tasteless? I apologize for my bluntness, Miss Cassandra, but it is tasteless. But the commission? It is tasteless, no matter how much you spent. Cassandra's lips part, then press shut again. Her metal fingers tap twice on the table, making sharp, hollow clicks. Without waiting for a response, Ophelia is already out of her seat, striding up onto the stage. Allow me. She turns to face the crowd. Countless faces tilt up toward her, waiting. We are writing our own. Wait, we're what? An anthem for FOS should be written by the people who actually lived it. We have voices. We have brains. We have 5 years of blood, sweat, and absolutely absurd experiences. That is worth infinitely more than some generic, off-the-shelf, take-flight drivel. I'll compose the music. You, all of you, give me the words. She sweeps her gaze across the audience, then makes her way toward the piano setup for the ceremony. Say whatever comes to mind. 1 line, 3 words. I don't care how rough it is. If it needs smoothing over, that's my job. She draws a deep breath and rests her fingertips on the black and white keys. For the next dozen seconds, the crowd sits frozen in stunned silence. When the stillness breaks, nothing fills the golden hall but repeating chords. And then, beware. Suddenly, a voice everyone knows rises up, singing softly along with the piano. Beware, the stars above are fading. Lucia remains seated, eyes leveled forward. She doesn't raise her voice, but in that still, silent hall, every word cuts through, impossibly clear. The robes of forerunners stained with blood. She pauses. The auditorium falls silent for a beat. Then Luke's voice picks up where she left off, as if I would ever have the courage to do this. Goodbye, dear mother. Say a prayer to the stars. The time to sail away is here. Very good. Keep going. Ophelia plays on as though caught by sudden inspiration, the piano flowing beneath Luke's voice. Luke reflects for a beat. 5 years of campus life gather like tributaries merging, every small memory dissolving into words that rise unbidden. For reasons unknown, the moment Luke starts to sing, strange and distant voices seem to echo through, as if reaching across from another world. Visions, shared from golden days. Onward to a glorious tomorrow. Those voices seem to be right here, hidden within the tender melody, guiding Luke to sing their names. A new path, rising from the ashes of old. Luke glances at Lucia. They're footprints of our countless forerunners. Ophelia nods, shifts to a new key, and brings her left hand in. A few chords unfurl softly across the keys, framework of a melody slowly taking shape beneath her fingers. It's not complex, even a little rough around the edges, but she can feel something weighty inside it, something real. Yes, this is it. Oh, I thought of something too. It's just, sometimes when I'm alone in the lab past midnight, stuck on a problem I can't solve no matter what I try, I think about all of you, everyone at FOS, and all those soldiers on the front lines, fighting for us, for Earth. For mercy we will cry and hold strong our faith. Those steady shadows from a distant land. Her voice fades to a whisper, but Ophelia's fingers are already chasing the words, tucking them into the music. Voices start surfacing everywhere now, scattered through the crowd. Someone offers, "The stars gaze upon the sea." Another picks it up. In its embrace lie the sails. Someone shouts, "Engage with the sharp sword, cut through the night." They're immediately mocked for being melodramatic, but after the laughter fades, the line stays. Ophelia plays a phrase, pauses, fits the new lyrics into the melody. When something doesn't land, she switches up the rhythm and tries again. The melody stutters forward in fragments, like a house being built one brick at a time. Should we take it up a key here? No, it doesn't need to go that high. It should grow the way we did. Keep moving forward, then break into a run when the moment's right. Just then, a student who knows their way around music leans forward from the crowd. What if we used a suspended chord there, for the transition? It'll give this nostalgic feel to it, like everyone coming together while we're lost in the long voyage. Ophelia's fingers freeze above the keys just for a moment. She tests the change, a suspended note drifting, weightless, holding for one breath before sinking back to the tonic. A quiet exclamation escapes from somewhere in the crowd. All right, we're using that. The song takes shape through a clamor of voices. Someone suggests leaving a stretch of silence in the interlude. Another insists the line, "For tomorrow," should repeat 3 times. Someone else argues the ending shouldn't land on a high note, but sink lower instead. Though covered in wounds, falling down in the deep, I will grit my teeth and rise again. Ophelia picks out that familiar voice from the noise. She stops for a beat, lets the suggestion settle, and plays the lines through. She plays them a second time. A smile breaks across her face. She's pleased with what they've made. She nods and places the passage at the song's climax. The arrangement of the school anthem takes an entire afternoon. Cassandra sits off to the side, legs crossed. At first, there's the irritation of having her song rejected, then silence, then dedicated listening. At some point, without realizing it, her chin comes to rest on the back of her hand. She simply watches these kids bicker and laugh around a battered old piano. By evening, the final version is settled. Ophelia steps down from the stage and hands the handwritten score to Joanne, telling her to find a copier and print several hundred copies. Why am I the one running errands? Because you're the slowest runner. That way everyone else has more time to practice. Wait, what kind of logic is that? The first rehearsal is pandemonium. Rhythms trip over each other. Keys clash. Half the room barrels ahead, while the rest still squint at the lyric sheets. The second attempt finds its footing. The melody's bones stand bare and steady. The tune isn't flashy, but simple and solid, like a wall of bricks stacked in a hurry. No grace to it, but it won't fall. The third time, 420 voices finally merge into one. Today you are held tight in my hand. And with today's will, time remains unchanged. We thrive daily, holding our heads high. For tomorrow, tomorrow, tomorrow.
That was beautiful.
As the final note fades, Cassandra suddenly bursts into tears at the side of the stage. She pulls out an expensive handkerchief and dabs at her cheeks with theatrical flair. Many in the hall realize for the first time that constructs too can cry.
It's really quite beautiful. So much better than the one I paid for.
Someone in the crowd lets out a laugh. Cassandra sniffles, collects herself, and rises back to her feet.
Right then. This is our anthem now. Mine's going straight into the incinerator.
Miss Cassandra, what's the name of the song?
Name?
A sudden stillness takes her. She looks toward the back corner of the auditorium. The corner is empty. No one stands there. And yet, Cassandra stares at it for a long, long moment. The sensor on her arm flickers faintly, as though registering some impossibly weak signal. It's like a gaze, cast from somewhere far away, resting quietly upon the hall. But she blinks once, and the strange sensation is gone.
I haven't the faintest idea.
Huh?
It's your song, darlings. You should be the ones to name it.
At Cassandra's words, the hall erupts. How about FOS Battle Song? That's way too corny. Let's call it Song of Humanity. As if that's not also corny.
That's even worse!
See, that's what I've been saying. Amid the clamor, Luke turns to look at Lucia.
You want to give it a try?
You've heard my playlist. This isn't really my style.
Trying wouldn't hurt.
Resounding Storm.
That's definitely a different direction.
I'm pretty sure Resounding Storm is the name of one of Alpha's, like, character songs. Chaos takes over. Students shout over each other from the floor and the stage, each new proposal more absurd than the last, and each shouted down with even greater volume. Cassandra props her chin on her hand and watches the pandemonium unfold, thoroughly entertained. In the end, the matter of naming the anthem simply fizzles out. No one calls for a vote. No one makes an executive decision. They just keep arguing until everyone is hungry and hoarse, then give up and disband. And so, the name of the FOS anthem remains an unsolved puzzle among the first graduating class. But every student who walks out of FOS remembers the melody. By the time they leave, night has already fallen. Students trickle out of the auditorium in small groups, some still humming the tune they just learned, some smiling. Others have fallen quiet. The lights at the far end of the corridor go out one by one. Tomorrow this place will be silent, ready to become the next class's hallways, the next class's classrooms, the next class's training grounds. And they will carry this nameless song with them as they set off toward their separate horizons. Either way, we'll all see each other again one day. Back then, they had yet to set sail. Their joy knew no end in sight. A notebook containing a handwritten copy of the FOS anthem, marked with edits, notes, and crossouts. Beware, the stars above are fading, the robes of forerunners stained with blood. Goodbye, dear mother, say a prayer to the stars. The time to sail away is here. Visions shared from golden days, onward to a glorious tomorrow. A new path rising from the ashes of old. They're footprints of our countless forerunners. Okay, it is pretty late now, so I think I'm gonna call it here. I think tomorrow I will do some more. I might end up starting a little late tomorrow. There's something I normally do on Saturday nights, but I think I'll still try streaming tomorrow so I can get more of this done. I don't know if I'll be able to finish tomorrow. It might spill into Sunday. I do kind of want to try and get this finished before the next Wooba update comes out, which I think is on Monday. No, thanks for coming, Tola. I hope you had a nice time. Yeah, so I think tomorrow I'll stream some more. Might start a little later than usual. But, you know, we'll get there. We'll get there when we get there. It's pretty late. I think I'm not gonna raid tonight. I think I'll just end stream. Oh, you did have a nice time? I'm glad to hear it. Thank you. Alright. Then I'll see you all tomorrow. Alright? I hope everybody has a nice weekend. Bye-bye! Thanks for coming!